Um, the first 3 hours is going to be mainly on, we're finishing up on the LU8, the part on time, contract and time. And then after that, I will also talk to you a little bit, about the money bit, which is like you've gone through with pre-recorded. So we shall see if you have any question or any points that you feel like is a bit that you don't understand. And of course, we can do some discussion on that one as well. And then after that, we will, in between or at the end of the first 3 hours, we will talk about your assignment, because today is already the 5th of April, and the assignment is going to be due around 4th of May, which is about a month from now. I think it should be enough time. Well, we'll see. I can give you a little bit of time beyond 5th of May, because this year the submission of marks is actually a little bit later. I think it's probably going to be on the 13 or 14 or 15, around that region of May. So that one is wait a minute. Dr. Lin may be holding the meeting on the 10th of May. But if you do delay a little bit, I think it's not a major concern. You just let me know if you need extra time, because the submission of the marks to the university is not going to be until a bit later this year. Supposed to be, usually it's like a few days after the marks meeting, but this year is a little bit later because of Raya, I think. Yeah. So so what we'll do is 4th of May is going to, 5th of May, I think is one of your exam. Your exam started already. So some of you may want to request for additional time for another 3 more days for the assignments. You just let me know. But if not, then you have about a month from now. I think it's not that bad, not that difficult, because it's assignment. Assignments would usually mean something shorter. It's like an essay kind of thing. So, but there will be 3 assignments, small case studies that you're supposed to do based on contract. I think the one that you did with Dr. Ambrose is on legislation and acts and all that. And this one here is mainly on contract issues and also dispute resolution, which is adjudication processes. So we will kind of like give you about a month, okay? Again, if you have any issues, just let me know as we go along, because I'll be taking you until the end of the semester, until 27th of April anyway. So, I'll be your point of contact. So no worries. I don't think it's a big issue. We will talk to each other in groups and all that. Okay. So we will discuss about the assignments and the requirement of the assignments later on now. Okay. I think post Raya, everybody had a good break, I hope. So do I. And until I almost forgot that there's a class. Until last night, now it's Friday. And I keep on thinking that the double class will be next week, But then I thought I might just check my schedule for a while. I found out that, it's today. Yeah, so I quickly managed to get the link up. Send it to you last night. So that was a bit late. Pretty sure some of the people here, only 15, and some of people probably forgot that we have classes as well, or they may be somewhere else that is not available online. They may come in later. And later on also, I would like you to try to plot in the attendance sheet for last week, but it will register last week classes. It will register this week timing, but if you have already done, I'll be basing it on the list as well for you all to, I'm not sure whether we still can do a clock in here, but if not, then I will do a manual one based on the list that you've given me. Most of you have already gone through the recording and click the, yes, I've done it kind of thing. So, I trust you all. Your declaration, you all are mostly engineers and professional people. So I believe that you don't bluff me when you say you've already gone through that. But Of course, later on, I will set up a very simple exercise, maybe today or tomorrow or next week. Today, we will do the discussion. We will see who has listened and who hasn't listened. Okay. Then we'll set a simple discussion. And you all can, key in, and then as usual, we'll give you a bit of bonus marks for the pre-recorded. Normally, for pre-recording, I would like to do that just to give you a bit of extra marks to buff you up, to give you some buffer in case somebody 58 or 59 kind of thing, and then we can have that 1 or 2 marks to bring you over the boat, save your butt. And so we will do that. Okay, so we have gone through very extensively the other day, okay, on different parties of a contract, of an engineering contract. My background is civil engineering, so you will see me having the tendency of talking about it, contract with the point of view from a civil engineer. So in case you all are from other background like electrical and also mechanical manufacturing, I will try my best to also gear towards that, but the tendency will still be a bit less. So if I really go too far away, or if there's any question that you all have based on your own industry, maybe you can let me know. Okay. Normally, I would say contract management, civil engineers, QSs, architects, they are typical people that will be in contact with contract a lot more than the rest. Manufacturing, supply, that sort of contract. Usually it's similar. I mean, the principle is there. The principle, that's why I'm trying to base it on principle rather than, the clauses itself. Because if I base it on clauses itself, it's going to be very unapplicable to a lot of people. So as long as you get the principle right, then you can move to your own contract and take a look at your own contract, and it's a lot easier to go from there. Like I say, the concept is similar. The concept of the foundation is similar. Okay, and so we have gone through every contract would talk about the scope of the contract. They will talk about scope is usually the work breakdown structure, which is the activities that is necessary for the project. I think after you've gone through many classes with me, including quality, including project management, and now this, I think work breakdown structure. We're talking about if we're managing managing a project itself, when we're managing a project itself, our concentration is usually on the activities already. So it's earlier stages in the planning, conceptual. Earlier on, we talk about the scope and the scope of works. Scope of works is work breakdown structure, defined by work breakdown structure, and the scope is usually the product breakdown structure, which is talking about different components of the project. And then this different component needs different activity to build, So as the contract, when we sign the contract, essentially we're talking about construction, we're talking about building, we're talking about supplying, we're talking about actually coming out with the product. So here, if we talk about scope, then it will be scope of works, mainly in a scope of works. So don't be surprised that we're focusing on the scope of works, not the scope. Scope is scope management part when we talk about work breakdown, PBS, all the way to WBS. Okay, so in contract here, the focus will be on WBS because it's the activities. When you sign a contract, you're supposed to be engaging somebody to carry out the activities in order for you to complete the work required for to bring the product into a reality. Okay, so that would be the usual usual terms that we'll be using a lot more. So every contract should have scope of works. It should have it should tell you that, or at least it tells you something like you must refer to somewhere for the scope of works. So those are the what we have for every contract is normally for engineering, instead of writing our own contract every time we have a new job, 90% of our contract are usually based on standard form of contract, which is a pretty general terms and conditions, which is already written, usually by authoritative bodies that is given the authority to write this contract and use this contract across the board for the whole for the typical scope of work that is actually within that under the jurisdiction of those authoritative body. And they cover quite a lot, like for example, all the government contract will have PWD, we will have JKR form of contract. And then for a lot of building projects, we will have the PAM form, and of course we also have CIDB form, which is for some jobs, I think they will require you to use CIDB form. And of course for certain, these are all written by authoritative body like the government agency, and for example, JKR Sarawak form is written by JKR Sarawak, which is covering all their major projects. All the projects in Sarawak will be using this particular contract terms and conditions, general terms and conditions, whereby a lot of federal projects they will use PWD 203A. Rest of the other, other subcontract under it as well. So these are what we call standard form, which is like a one-size-fits-all T-shirt. It's like, you don't really have to write your own every time. So I think if you're working in Sarawak, mostly you will see JKR Sarawak form of contract. But if the project is actually funded by federal government, then you will see some using PWD. So be very careful in which one you are using. Don't be blunt about it. Because like I said, usually learning contracts, we're not using it as like a weapon against somebody, but it's more like to understand and to actually execute the job professionally. I think that would be the main aim of the contract, so that everybody is doing their responsibilities and people understand what is their rights. I think it's a way, don't treat contract as I also like to think of contract as it, not a defense weapon or attack mechanism. I think that one would be, some people would like to do that, because for their own benefit, they like to use that to attack, the other party. But we engineers are generally not trained like that, So lawyers like to be on attack kind of most of the time, but engineers since university, since undergraduate, we talk about teamwork, we talk about, working together. So we talk about trying to get things done rather than, sit down and talk rubbish, and go on and on for 3 hours and no outcome. We talk about problem solving. So most of the time we want to solve problems. We don't want to bring more problems onto the table. So, and because engineering, we deal a lot with different people, with different group of professionals, and we also deal a lot with workers who are actually not educated, a lot of them, or less educated. And when we work with a lot of different people and with different kind of mentality and motives and level of education and all that, it's a lot of compromises that we need to make as well as we go along the way. So it is difficult if you want to every time slam the table with a book of contract or with which clauses as well, So I think that one would be very silly to do that, because no project, whether you're in manufacturing, whether you're in mechanical, whether you are in civil CNS, or whether you are in PE, it's difficult to get perfection, unless you're really in that very, very factory kind of environment. Even in factory environment, you still get rejects, you still get problems, You make car, people like Toyotas, people like Tesla, they would have problems, with their manufacturing line as well. It's nothing can be perfect. So when nothing is perfect, we need to compromise a lot of time, and we need to understand where the other party is coming from. We need to solve problems. So having contract is like knowing your rights so that you are protected, but it's not about using it to attack. Or be be on the defensive as well. Like one party keep on attacking, one party keep on defending, taking out the contract and defend yourself. I think that is really, really tiring, and we're not going to get anything done, Even though I study contract, since all my years I've been studying contract, it's really my major interest point of view. A lot of research, everything is in contract. But I normally would not, I would not encourage students to say that, know your contract, know way to fight, know how to fight. Like it's not that, it's more like your responsibilities, your rights. It's the knowing that is important, so that you are not put at a disadvantage by not knowing. I think that one is more important. The rest of the work is about managing, it's about administering, it's about doing the work, solving the problem, compromising, decision making, get things going to finish up the work. Because when we don't finish up our work, the money that is involved is going to be a lot. Okay. I mean, some other professional, the more time you spend, the more you earn. But for us, it's not like that. We want to finish it and get on and move on to the next project, and then make money there, and quickly get our payment back, and that's it. We don't want to drag on too many things, you see. Right. So yeah, standard form, that's why we have standard forms. It's all the general terms and conditions. So from there, you also would have specific contracts that you may have your own special terms as well that is written. But of course, by writing these special terms, if you're changing anything that is in the general terms and conditions, you need to be very, very careful because of the way that you word it. You may need to actually verify it with the right people as well, such as the legal, your company has legal team, and you may need to verify the legal fine points with them, because it's not to say that we cannot add on or write any special terms, or we cannot change anything in the contract as an engineer, because we actually know the technical point of practicality of things, and a lot of the things are, engineers, you are the right person to actually make the definition as well, because you know the know-how. But of course, when you work something, legal fine points, we say that the legality of things, you may need to consult your team as well. Okay, so which means to check, whether legally you can do that, so, or the wording that you use legally is actually, agreeable in terms of law. So it makes sense or not in that sense, In that case, if you want to change anything, you can draft it, write it up, and then but you'll get the legal team to vet it and also to review it before you send it out for signing. It's just that even for academicians, when we do research, when we have research contracts with external party, is also the researcher themselves, or the our own faculty, engineering or social sciences or whatever, they need to actually, if there's any special terms and conditions that they need to put up there, we will be the one writing it, and then we will send it to the legal department for vetting, to check on the legality of it. Then it will make it a valid contract. Okay, so this is some reminder, and of course, the contract will cover rights, responsibilities, different parties. There'll be about 3 parties here. Who are they? What are the scope of work? And then what is their rights? What is their responsibilities? And all the clauses will be based on that kind of mode on. This guy must do this is party A must do this, and then party B must compensate with this, and what are the procedures? Some of the contract has very, very good procedures, some don't, and they will leave it to industry practice in that sense. So, or the typical way that the general conditions is written is probably they will not give you a lot of procedures as well. So it will be based on what your organization that you're working with are practicing, or the agency that you are practicing with, working with are practicing. So interchange, I mean, that's why we have authority regulations and rules as well. So I think that one, it all works together. It's not like, says this, you see. So yeah. So like one of the point that we were talking about is the dates, okay, the time. So when the project starts, I think we went through that last time, just a very, very quick recap. Okay, we went through all this last time. And the parties of the contract is something that I need to point out as well, because to remind you all, because we talk about parties of the contract. Of course, client is very easy to understand. These are the people who pays. These are people who actually post for the project. Then you have the contractors or the builders or the supplier, which is the person, the group of people who are actually going to be the person doing the work, bringing the work into reality, constructing, building, supplying, and getting the work done, delivering the project. Okay, so this one will be the contractor. Then you have the SO. Okay, so the SO, the work of SO is a little bit complicated in a way. Okay, in like for example, in government contract, we use a lot of word SO. Okay, and CIDB, I think we also use the word SO if I'm not wrong, but PAM we will use the word architect. IEM form we will use engineer, and of course standard form is not only limited to all these that I've mentioned, because some organizations, their work are very, very specific. Their organization is very big and huge, and and their work, what they're in charge with, the project that they're doing are very, very specific. Then they will also have their own organization standard form of contract, which they will use across the board for all their projects, because all their projects under their portfolio are actually quite similar. So they can draft their own as well. And then if, as a legality, they can do that, okay? Such as SEB. So if you have SEB clients, client as your client, then you will see that you don't use any of the forms that I've mentioned, but using SEB form. Okay, and some maybe automobile company, they may have their own form in terms of supply contract as well. A lot of manufacturers, like specific manufacturer for certain products, they may have, if they want to get raw material from external parties or anywhere else, then they will also have their own certain form of contract, which is a supply contract, supply agreement, they call it. Then they will apply it across the board to all the suppliers as well. So if you don't have that, you will use the standard ones that is provided by the government. So within all this, there will always be these three guys involved here, and then mostly we have these three guys involved here. So you have the person who's going to be like managing the project, which is usually representative of the client. So that's also if you use it in government contract, and most government contract, that's all will mean the representative from the organization, the agency themselves. Okay, so it will be somebody from the agency itself. Okay, so the word SO, for example, for JKR, they will usually put JKR director as the SO. Okay, so don't get it wrong. It is not the consultant engineer who is the SO, but the SO will be that person from the client's agency representing the client's agency. And this client agency will appoint what we call SO representative, and they will give authority to the SO representative, and that is where the consulting engineers comes in, if they are engaged to look after the job. Okay, but if you architect, then it's very if you use PAM contract, it's very clear, the architect. If you use the IEM contract, it's the engineer. Okay, so the client, the engineer, the contractor, the roles are very, very straightforward. It's only when you use the word SO you need to be very careful. But of course, SO they are just client's representative. It's just that in government contract, the SO different. It's a little bit different from the rest of the SO. So let's say if you're going for a private project and you're using like you work for private developer or maybe semi-linked government agency, the SO is the engineer. Okay, who are in part of the design maybe, and then be engaged further to do the supervision. So those SO word is there, okay, right? So whichever situation you are in, make sure that you get your placing right, huh? But if you're in government agency, working for government agency, government contract itself, okay, then the SO is like representative from the government agency, and then the SO representative will be the consulting engineer. And there is the specific clause within there that says that you are given power of authority. There are authority, there are puncak kuasa there, so you have to know that, you know, there are certain things that you cannot decide, you know, as a consulting engineer, which means you have to refer back to the SO. So that is to prevent the consulting engineers or the engineers in charge to actually be funny about things, you see, to over abuse their power or to actually do something that is not right. So there are a lot of things you need to read the contract carefully. There will be a section that says that, you know, you are given the authority to say do this, you know, like some of them is like things like you send in supervision, give approval for certain things, you know. So payment wise, I think I'm not very clear about that one. I forgot which one is the, I think payment, there is, I don't think, I think ELT and payment is not something that we, the ELT and payment is not something that is given to the representative, like fully given, the authority is not fully given, but it's actually you need to do some verifications and all that, okay? And not to say that you can do the approval or you can actually make the approval, okay? So there will be certain, your roles are very specific, that you have authority over certain things and you don't have authorities over certain things, okay? So I think that one you have to be careful. All right, then moving on to time, we've mentioned that every project you need to submit working program. Okay, that one is a very, very specific clause for all of the work. I think when we submit this working program together with the S-curve, together with the financial S-curve and physical S-curve, it's all going to be work on based on your work breakdown structure. Okay, so when it's when it's based on the work breakdown structure, in fact, it's giving the contractor side or the builder side to actually, or supplier side to actually list down the activities and to, you know, see how they're going to carry out the work. I think this is a very important aspect. It's not just to see the working program, how much time it will take and how reasonable the time. Yes, that is 50%, but you know, we want to understand from the client's point of view and also from the SO and representative point of view. You want to understand, you know, you want to understand whether you are actually, you know, given, I mean, you want to understand what the contractor wants to do, you know, if they miss out on any activities or if they are, the way that they coordinate the jobs are not very good, you know, or the way that they're working is it may be a bit too slow, you know, and not using their expertise well and all that. So we can comment usually. So is you know, Excel will actually more or less, you know, verify and also give approval for the working program. Okay, and then after that, we will be asking the contractor to proceed with the working program. Okay, then that one is usually the first stage, first stage, and submission of all these documents, insurances, and then beginning part. So this one usually is, we've mentioned this the other day, and some people will be confused about it. So maybe just do a quick recap in case some of you are still blur about it. So it's more like you are awarded with the project, okay, you have a letter of award normally. Okay, and this letter of award is a quasi-contract, meaning that you are allowed to actually proceed to get things ready in that sense, you know. Letter of contract, there is a legal power to it. It's not a letter of intent. You know, when legal of intent, people can still pull out and still can say no, and you know, they don't have to pay any responsibilities. So if you say that in like normal terms, in the normal society, maybe um you can liken then letter of award to an engagement, before marriage. So I think there's some impact here, there's some legality here, but not full yet. So that kind of impression that, if you want to lighten it, if you want to make it an analogy, that would be something like that. Okay. Yeah. So then uh once you got that, then there will be a date that you're supposed to sign the contract. Okay. So when is the date starting? When is the contract date starting? So the contract date now, we're not talking about project date now, because if we use the word project date now, it can be very confusing, because project can start as early as needs, demands, and conceptual and all that. That is project, okay? If you're in development, if you're planning a project and all, the project start date is a lot earlier. So if we say the contract date is usually when we go up and sign the contract. But when we sign the contract, okay, when we sign the contract itself, that date itself will require the party, the client side, to hand over the site. So if the site is not hand over, or the site is not given site possession, your date of contract essentially hasn't started yet. So you can have a big ceremony signing a contract, and that should not be treated as a contract date, unless on that specific day that you sign the contract, there will be an official site handing over the date. Okay, it's written very carefully there that this is the date of site handing over. Okay, so when the site is handed over, the site is being given to the contractor, meaning that the ownership, the whole piece of land, when we talk about possession, it's that whole piece of land. Okay, whole piece of land that you're working on will be given to you, okay, as a contractor or as the builder. Do your work. So with that, the responsibilities is all yours, you see. So that definition, we have to be very specific, meaning that, if the site, if you can have a huge signing ceremony and then in the end, they say that there's a problem with possession of site, that means the site is not handed over, the contract that hasn't started yet, okay? And if it's dragged for too long, then we can say that time is at large. Normally, you can request for that, meaning that you probably put an open end to your date now, that we need to renegotiate the date, the start date, to the time that, the site is properly handed over. Right, so that one is one point. Okay, so provided that the day of handing over and the day of signing the contract is the same, otherwise you cannot treat it the same. Okay, so always contract date will start on the site possession date. Okay, the date that the site is properly handed over. Sometimes it could be the first meeting. Okay, like first official coordination meeting when the site is handed over. It could possibly be that as well. Okay, but normally we don't really have much ceremony. Like usually will be just okay. Officially there'll be the site possession this date. Then once that site is handed over already, usually within about 14 days or so, contractor will go and prepare for going to site kind of thing. So you probably would not see their mobilization straight away, and but on the contractual level, the debt is already started. The more that person delay in mobilizing, coming to site, that is his problem. Okay, he is just wasting his time. No contractor can treat like mobilization date as the start date. It's not. Okay, it would be the handover date. So then usually they will take about 14 days or so to actually prepare for things like working program, insurances, performance bond, for bankers guarantee, then getting their site equipment things ready, putting up, getting ready the fences, the signboard, these are the early stage, or maybe even getting ready their container and all that to make the site office, etc. So that that date is usually that those days are usually with. It's not to say that they're not doing anything. It's usually that one will lump it under GMP, like general and preliminaries. So it's like contractually they are doing something. So you cannot keep on calling them and say that you're not coming to site and and this is the problem and all that. Well, normally, like I say, it's quite common. 14 days is quite common. Okay, 2 weeks is about right. Sometimes it's a bit longer because they have some issues with bankers guarantee, performance bond, insurances, and all that. If these things are not ready, if these insurance are not ready, it's not right also, for them to just pack up and go to the site and start working or start to do those, into the site as well. So it's not right. You need to buy workers' compensation, workers' insurance, you need to buy contractors or risk. This has to be ready, before you can come to site and work there physically. And normally when these are almost done, there is a requirement in most of the contract forms that I've seen will be the contractor to inform the date that they're coming. Okay. I mean, like I already possession of site already, mobilization, should be coming up soon. Like why contractor need to write again, you may ask, especially for those working for contractor. I mean, officially just write and say that we are going to be mobilizing in about 5 days, 7 days. Usually we will give about 7 days. So, like let's say after 14 days, you get things ready, you more or less stay ready. So you inform the client, write to the client and say that the mobilization will be on this day. So this is to inform the client that you are coming. In a way, also give confidence to the client that, I am not disappearing after I sign the contract, I'm still around working hard behind the scene, so I'm coming, So this one is quite common. The client would like to know as well. And of course, I think the client side needs to prepare as well because, like I said, the SO, most project will have SO being based on site as well. So they also need to know when the site office will be ready, and when they are going to be working there officially. They need to pack up and go as well, like part of works and all that. For the project supervisors and all that, they need to also be knowing. They cannot say that tomorrow we're starting to work already and over your XO representative and the team are like not there, it's also not right. So that's why you need to get the mobilization date to the client. But again, that has nothing to do with the contractual date. The date of mobilization is not counted as a start date. The start date is always on site site possession. Okay. So for project is based on one piece of land. I think that one is usually very easy to define. But for project that is maybe along like a highway or freeway or you build like Cambodia highway, you build like pipelines, you build like treatment plant, pipelines, and then you build drainage, So this sort of project, it was spanned through a lot of places, okay, a lot of areas. So this one is not to say that we cannot use the word site possession, okay, but it will be more of dealing with the legal, it's probably dealing with rights ways more. So the rights of way must be clear, meaning that all along the route, because some land may be belonging to certain third party, okay, and sometimes that certain piece, that certain stretch are not clear, to give that right, you see. And it's not to say that you cannot start working. So this is where the issue sometimes comes in, because if the whole along the way is already all government land and all that, I think, or it's already been given possession. I mean, like you own that that is fine, So this sort of infrastructure project, there's bound to be some part of it that it's running across some people's land or paddy field or plantations or houses or even some people's near, heritage like yoga or whatever, like their ancestry things, their heritage stuff, So there may be issues like that, see? And that one is again based on the fact that client, would you still give the entire rights away with all those problems inside? Normally you can't actually. So to make it simple, we would not give at all rights until these sort of things are sorted out. And that's where you get a lot of project having, they say that the possession is not done yet, the handing over is not done yet, because the rights of way is not clear yet. Okay. So that would probably require some negotiations, some things going on with the government side, with the third party, the owners and all that, to make sure that the rights of ways are given. Okay. And of course, this could also be, rights of way could also be issue whereby, let's say you have a treatment plant, it's a big, huge treatment plant, and then that land, yes, you have the rights, the possession is there, but the route, the way to the site, the land and everything is actually belonging to somebody else. Okay? So if they don't give you that rights of way to your site, that could also be a problem. Okay, so we would usually encourage that these problems are cleared up as soon as possible before the site is handed over. But there will be situations whereby you have no choice, the project is urgent already, and it seems like this huge project is 100 over km and only like 10 km got this problem. Give the rights away first, I just give the possession first and get things going first, and then we halfway through negotiate. That one can be complicated. I would say that you need to deal with some if there is complication later, then you will have problems. Let's say if there is a delay, and contractor may use that as an excuse to say that, this stretch is not given to me until like 6 months later, so you need to give me extra 6 months, of EOT, for example. So then it will be a situation whereby you need to sit down, and really work on it, and work on the reasons and the analysis of the EOT and all that. So it becomes something lengthy and and a little bit more pattern and very macam, that kind of thing. So, but of course, and all these things, when we deal with contract things, if your records are good, it's always not an issue. Okay. But because site usually are many at 4 different places, some of them are very ulu, some of them are very rural, not accessible, and that is actually managed by different people. You've got different parts of work, different project coordinators, different office people. The record keepings are not very good. So then when you want to actually go and access all this information and and go keep track of the information, yeah, you are supposed, management tells you you're supposed to be keeping track of all these things, but there is bound to be something missing here. And that will make things very difficult to assess in that sense. I'm pretty sure, I think a lot of you would have this sort of experience, but if you need those information, where is the information, so where is that letter, where is the application, where is the proof, where is the evidences, and it becomes difficult, to test. Yeah, and then there will be a lot of disputes over things like that, a lot of like quarrels and conflicts over things like that. Okay, so obviously if there isn't anything that cannot be solved, we can sit down and talk about it, but then obviously that will create a lot of tension and a lot of problems, a lot of issues within the site itself and the management of the site itself. And yeah, so I think it's again, like I said, if there is a stretch that cannot be given or should or it is still on the same page. Sorry, I'm not moving the page because we're supposed to continue from here. But then I go back and recap about the last lecture that we had, because some of you are not here. And that day, some people are very confused over that work contract date as well. So I'm just trying to recap that. Okay. Thanks, Jillian. Okay. Yeah. So contract date, like I said, make sure that if there is any issues with the rights to the land or to the way, make sure that we try to solve it. And a lot of agencies would not give possession until all this is resolved. It also makes their own life easier. But unfortunately, there are sometimes that it will be taking too long, and then that would probably put the time at large. That means you have to renegotiate the contract start date all over again. Okay, and then or the other way is you give sectional possession, meaning that only certain stretch are covered. When you do that, then we are falling into another level of contracting here, whereby every section is treated like original contract. So let's say 1 to 30 km, you want to give the possession for 1 to 30 km first. So the whole project is 60 km, you give 30 km first. So that one will be sectionalized. So that means the work will have to be proceeding. But how you are going to do sectional handover, sectional completion, sectional testing, sectional defect liability, it's going to be like a contract by itself. Okay, and the issue now is because the whole project is still 60 km, there will be complication later that if we do defect liability period, and then that defect, for example, is already over for this particular section, or it's all done already. The testing is done already. Okay. But then the other 30 km will be fixing onto that. You'll be joining onto that original 30 km. So your original 30 km will later be affected by the other 30 km. So then, when the work is progressing on the other 30 km, your original 30 km will always be affected as well. Okay. So for example, carrying machineries, or maybe, you break it, or if pipeline, maybe some part you actually dig it and burst it, things like that. So it will make the DLP for that particular deferred liability for this particular section, the maintenance for this particular section, a little more difficult. So then you say that, when I put for this contract, it's this amount of money. Now you want me to break it out. You cannot just break up the contract okay, 50-50. It's not clear cut. So there would be a lot of things that you need to negotiate if you want to do sectional thing, the sectional handing over thing. And the contractor has to agree to that as well. Okay. So there's no such thing as you just draw a line and say that, pro rata, date pro rata, time pro rata, everything pro rata. So it's not clean cut of that. Okay. So be aware of that. Okay. And it's going to be subjected to, but like I said, the rule here is every sectional, if you break the project into sectional, as in sectional sections, okay, then it has to be agreed upon. It has to be treated like a separate contract by itself. Based on the original terms and agreement, you need to separate it in a way and make it like a standalone. But that standalone, the terms and everything still have to go back to the original ones that you've already agreed on. But then within the, all the gray areas you need to clean up and then make it very clear, specific standalone contract for that sectional completion. That would be the best way of handling it, instead of telling the contractor that, we base it on the same contract and then we pro rata everything. That one, you will have issues later. Okay? You will have issues later. Many things, managing the contract will be issues later. Okay. So I think that one is very clear about handing over possession, and mobilization dates, So the starting point, everybody clear already, yeah? Any questions on that?
Okay, doctor. Okay.
Okay, huh? Yeah. All right. If there's no questions, then we move on to the last ending bit. Okay. So as the project is ongoing, I mean, we have a project contract duration, and that would usually be a date that everybody agreed upon. I mean, like the duration that everybody agreed upon. So 12 months, including all the public holidays, working days, and all that. You don't cut out sort of things, okay? So it will be, if it, let's say 12 months, then it's 12 months. It never says 12 working days, 12 months of working days. So don't be too smart about it. Some people say the 12 months, then you count the working days, and then it's probably like 13 months or 14 months or something like that. So it has to be all worked out already. This 12 months is the duration of the project, or 18 months is the duration of the project, and the start date is the day that the site being handed over, or the rights of way is being fully given. Then to stop, and then this is the start date. So once this date is started, you probably call for your first coordination meeting, work on agree upon the working program, or how the work is being carried out, or the timing that is being put down there is reasonable or not, and it's a commitment on both sides. Okay, then we move on. So the start date, let's say it's 1st of April, then 12 months will be the 31st of March 2026. So that will be the end date. And then we look at the working program in the first coordination meeting. We'll look at the working program, and then we'll agree, okay, this is going to be the, okay, so everything is clear. Everything should be minuted, okay? And the minute of the meeting should be given to the contractor, should be given to the builders, should be given to the other party as a record as well. And then all kept as a proper record, because minutes of the meeting is also one of very important evidences in contract once you start to have dispute. Okay, so if you don't minute your meeting properly, or crap about the minute of meetings, a lot of people don't do minutes of the meeting until the project problem, and then you get your clerk to say that, can you just do the minute of the meeting? It's like then you get to start to cook up stories in the minutes of the meeting. I mean, that is so sad, So yeah, then you shouldn't do that. Professionally keep it, as proper documentation. It should be minute 1, minute 2, minute 3, properly kept, and it should be done as soon as possible. It's not something that you should be delaying on as well. Because if you do have dispute, this is one of the very, very important evidence in any of the dispute resolution patients, or mediation, or arbitration, or even going to court as well. Okay, and I think the better that you keep records of things, the better it is for you to have a better pool of documentation. Then, if should there be any dispute or conflict that is coming up, you are actually on a more advantageous side in that sense. Many of the losing side are usually because they don't keep evidences. They keep evidences, that keep documentation. Just that this documentation will so happen to be evidences later on. So then completion date, okay? So that completion date is also not to say this is the date only. It has to be met with criteria, okay? The date itself does not call you to say that. Like setting a date does not mean that this is it. Contractually, by hook or by crook, I am released of my responsibility based on this date alone. Okay. Again, you need to agree on the output, okay, of the work completed. Okay. Because when you give that completion of work, you release everybody of their contractual responsibilities, and you move on to the deferred liability period. Okay, and the project will be transferred back to the client. Okay, and the payment has to be made. So this complete work is not to be taken very lightly. Okay, and essentially there will be two level of completion. One is practical completion. Another one, I'm moving my slide now. One is practical completion. One is the full final completion. Okay. So again, when you talk about practical completion, when we talk about start date, end date. That end date is usually what we call practical completion. Okay, and practical completion, you will be given what we call the CPC, Certificate of Practical Completion. And again, what is the definition of that certificate of practical completion? I'm not talking about, how you define CPC, but what are the outputs that must be seen for you to issue the CPC? Okay. So based on different projects, they will have different outputs. For example, if you talk about maybe a lot of this infrastructure project, like pipelines and all that, it's most likely going to be testing and commissioning, meaning that you are running the treatment plant, over 3 days, or the tank has been filled up, over how many days and nothing drops, or, drop by how many mm, or the pipeline is tested to 10 bars, 9 bars, stand for 24 hours, whole full section testing all done, then we call that practical completion. Okay, so again, the agency that is in charge of the project or the client side needs to be very clear with the contractor on the definition of practical completion. Otherwise, there's bound to be individuals who are incompetent, and then you do not know how to give that CPC, and then you will be delayed. It's not out of bad intention, just as some young engineers, they're not very confident, they don't dare to give CPC, and then they will be like, should I give or should I not give? Is it right to give or not? Is this done already or not? How come you got this problem? We still haven't solved this. Then time will be dragged on like that, And then when you don't give that certificate of practical completion or that specific date of practical completion, like I said, the start date is fixed already, and the end date is a guideline, meaning that within that period, that day itself, what has to be done? That output has to be done. Okay, that output that is defined has to be there already. Obviously, the walk around, the checking, everything, maybe a week later, maybe 2 weeks later, sometimes maybe even a month later. But as long as the contractors or builders write in and say that, this is the practical, the practical things that we've done, like, let's say in the initial stage, is testing, already all passed, the E. coli test all passed already, or, the drainage system is commissioned already for the past how many days, and etc. The roads, being run, tested, and everything. All the necessary testing all done, okay, and all the certificate of testing is all done, all witness, all clear, all signed. Then they put it in. They will have to put it in on the day of practical completion, if not earlier, okay? Because the moment if you don't do that, if you don't do that, then you are actually in what we call delay already. So you're passing that completion date. So that completion date is actually a guideline. It's like a point of reference. So on that day, by right, the reasonableness of all the tests, the functions is there already. So we normally would like to do testing and commissioning. Okay, we want to do testing and commissioning as the main functional test. Okay, if you say, getting road search or, OP as a completion, as a CPC date, I think that one is very impractical. Okay, that one is very impractical. Authority checking, bombard checking, and all that. That one is usually after. Okay, usually after. So the internal test has to be done first, and normally CPC has to be based on that. But obviously, you still can also say that, we want the CPC to be that, the practical completion to be the date of authority approval or authority checking, or at least the authority check, that is done, have to be, have to be here. The authority test have to be here. Okay, the authority has to come and check, and then we consider that as a CPC. So you need to define. Again, it's a definition. That means the contractor, when they're given 12 months, if you work backwards on the authority checking coming in and all that, you probably need to be about 2 months ahead. If you're not, then not likely you're going to get these things, or you have to put in the application to, send in the application for the authority to say Bombaga, or whoever our councils are, or some authority agency to come and do the checking. You have to put in a bit early. You cannot say that because I put in the date of I put in on the day of the end date, then that one count. It's not like that. Okay. So in the initial stage, in a first coordination meeting, be very clear about trying to set up that practical completion definition. Okay. Then we work from there. Right? So again, like I said, it could be a lot of tests. As engineers, we mechanical as well, electrical as well, civil as well, we like to do tests. I think tests is something that is really good because it gives us numbers, When the numbers is there, nobody can dispute it. It just makes life easier. So you cannot base it on visual, on aesthetic, on, how good you feel, on the usability or functionality. I mean, functionality definitely is there, So again, the definition have to be very clear. Or a lot of times, sometimes they like to use the word engineer as all satisfaction. My God, it's like satisfaction. Satisfaction. Most contract will say it's up to engineers or architects satisfaction, but then alone, I think that's a very dangerous thing to start onto. So, sometimes some people may come up with very, very funny, thing like, your expert drawing is not up to my satisfaction or something like that, or certain words, certain parts, it's not up to my satisfaction. It's just a very loose word to use, and that is not professional. But you cannot define so many things. So normally what they will do is they will tell you that, okay, up to the satisfaction, but or it could be that satisfaction, you need to link it with something. That's what I'm trying to say. Link it with either some tests, some numbers, some figures, or if you link it with authority, then you make sure that this is being conveyed very carefully to the builder side. So like, we only will accept this as a CPC until the authority give approval, or at least they have to come and do the inspections before we can actually give a CPC. So that can be done. But there are some, like, for example, developers, they may actually say that, only until we get the roster, then we will give you CPC. I mean, you should not agree to that, actually. By right, it's supposed to be the inspections is done already and the roster is actually proceeding, because you can't control authority side issuing that roster. Sometimes, you meet up with Hari Raya and Gawai, it may take you 3 months, to get that. And then how that would be very unfair, if you're putting the contractor through delays and EOT. I mean, not giving them EOT, and then later on charge them for LAD. So I think that one is not practical. Normally what we do is, maximum we do is to have that authority application for authority to inspect, or upon the completion of authority inspection. And obviously, let's say the authority comes and then they say that, oh my God, this is bad, this is not good, this is not good, then you still can refuse to give that CPC, of course. But if the authority says that, oh yeah, okay, we've got a few issues here, then we probably can resolve, we'll give you a list of things. Then that one, you can actually put it, depending on the level of seriousness, then you can actually still put it under defect liability period while issuing that CPC as well. So again, the date of the CPC should indicate the date of completion. Okay, so that is a very clear document. That is a very clear sign, marks of ending date. And again, the date that we put in the contract of the end date is the guideline, is like the reference point for the actual end date of the project. Then the rest is how it ends will be based on the definition that is being conveyed and agreed upon by all parties in the contract, what is considered as completion or partial completion, not partial, practical completion. Like I said, it's usually based on tasks or functions or commissioning or inspections by the authority. That would be a few typical definition that we can use for your project. Okay, and then once that certificate is issued based on the date that is agreed, okay, then we will actually send it out. I mean, like the contractor will have it, and then the defect liability will start the next day. Okay, so let's say everything is completed 31st of considered as 31st. Okay, then the first will be CPC. I mean, sorry, the 31st of March 2026 will be the completion date, and the 1st of April will be the starting of defect. Okay, and the 1st of April until 2027, if the defect liability period is 12 months, then it will be 12 months defect liability period. Then it will end on the 31st of March 2027. Again, that one is full completion, and make sure that you give a proper definition to full completion as well, because full completion usually very typically would means that you've already complete the list of defects, okay, that is being put up. Okay, so there's no more very obvious defects, that is available. And then this is the time that you will be preparing to actually, like I say, it has to be people. This 12 months, the list of defects that was being given at the beginning of the first. I mean, the contract has 12 months to do it, but you can specify that I need you to clean up all these defects within 90 days, within 60 days, within 20 days. Or within 30 days. So full completion will definitely be the first criteria, is that list of defects is already all clear up. Okay, and then you go around, check. Usually will be another site walk around with the SO, with the clients, with the contractors representative. You walk around and you check. Obviously, some defects under the ground you cannot see anymore. Then obviously there's no other obvious pattern defect. The latch defect is the one that is actually in there somewhere, but then you don't see until a long time later, maybe even like past defect period. But the one cannot be helped, if you can detect, you can detect. If you can't detect, you can't detect, unless you have a lot of equipment in order to do the work. Otherwise, a lot of things are actually towards the end. Is pretty much on the reports, the visuals, and I think within that defect liability period, the main thing is contractor is partially discharged of his responsibilities, meaning that he can actually go away from the site already. He doesn't need to put in 24 hours. He's not looking after the site anymore, but he will still have a team of people, okay, to be on call to finish up the defect list, clean up the defect list, to make sure that the functionality of things. The reason why we want to get that defect list to be done as early as possible, especially within the first 30 days or within the first 3 months, maximum 3 months, we want to get all these things done. Why? Because once the thing is in commissioning already, when your plant is working already, when your treatment plant is working already, when your shopping mall is running already, when people are walking in and out, when your house got people move in and do renovation and blah blah blah, things will start to get very complicated between DLP and also O&M. You see, then what if that defect is caused by people doing renovation, caused by people, caused by operation and maintenance? So that is going to be quite difficult. It's all, like I said, a backdrop for. It's really a backdrop for for dispute. Okay, so we will recommend, not just recommend, we will insist. And if a smart contractor, you should get all this thing done as soon as possible. If the gate is saying get it done. If the drain is stuck, get it all cleaned up. If the grass is too long, get it all cut. Make sure that everything is clear. When you put in that house, everything, get it done within as soon as possible. Okay, don't wait until the end. Okay, because in between there will be operation already. Because once you already pass CPC, you will get that. People start to move in the houses that they buy, the shops that they buy, and then the road will be cars driving on it, there'll be lorry running on it, and then it's going to be difficult to define whether it's your poor workmanship or material or anything that causes the problem, or because it's actually wear and tear and it's actually caused by operation and maintenance. It's also caused by operation. And then sometimes it could be caused by poor maintenance as well. Okay, so there's a lot of gray area here. So in order to make sure that this is not a big issue, okay, we will try to get the defect clear out. So at the end of it, in between, then the contractor will be moving out of the site, and then it'll be on call basis. If let's say something that is really caused by material issues or workmanship standard, when they receive phone calls from the owner's client's usually the contractor need to respond if they're still within that defect liability period. Okay, but obviously if they come in and they want to dispute that, my material, these people actually change all the floor tiles to their own floor tiles, how can this be my problem, and then if that could be an argument, but at least you are very clear that this is something that you need to entertain or don't need to entertain. So again, when you are under maintenance, when you're under operation and maintenance, when you're under commissioning, the whole product is running already. This is when there will be certain yes or no, like, do you want to do this, and then it's my problem. Some contractor will say, it's okay, I got few guys working here. It's a simple problem, just clean it up for you. But if it's like, obviously it's going to be really, really unreasonable, then they can also reject. So this is not our issue, because of the usage, because of the maintenance. And like I said, these are all bad rocks. So this is all, bad rocks, but it's a nest for disputes. We've got a lot of cases where people go to court because of all this. And obviously the main issue is a lot of these houses properties people buy, and they move in already, and then they found out that there's some problems, and then the other side argue that you do the renovation. That's why a lot of councils now, they actually recommend that if you want to do renovation to your work, not too simple, just extend things, Actually, the harsh facts is the moment you do your own extension, okay, that's it. In fact, contractor has no responsibilities anymore because you already touched the original things. So the best is get your renovation done after DLP. That would probably be the best. Okay. And obviously we cannot tell you to move in after DLP. That would be a bit not practical, Then, like I said, if there's any renovation, make sure that you get it endorsed and put it with the councils as a record. Then we will know what is considered as defects. The defects that is caused by workmanship, caused by some things that is not done well during the construction, rather than it's caused by your renovation work, extension work. Like how some people extend the houses all the way to the back, or they can put in, like how some shops that are rented out to certain individuals and they're renovated in a very, very extensive ways into like coffee shops, or galleries, or even disco parks, and all these sort of things. And, they're adding a lot of things, inside there. So a lot of partitioning inside there. And that is whereby, you got these issues here. So then that is whereby we need to have, if you go on that kind of dispute, then it will involve a lot of other things like dispute, like expert opinion, like extensive second third party relation, expert opinion of third party come in, check and study, and sometimes, in some countries they use building surveyors and all that to actually check the work and all that. So I think this is something that is pretty much, I would say, not to say, it's a problem that is in the industry, in the housing industry, in the property industry for quite a while already. So I think, well, I mean, we don't really have very good regulations in terms of that yet, okay? But a lot of councils are now calling for owners to submit renovation documents. And also, if you want to put up signboards, you want to put up renovation knockoff walls and all that, within the shops or within the units that you buy, you need to, or rent, you need to submit for approval. And that is usually tied in. I mean, business is easier because it's usually tied in with trade licenses, and they don't want to give you the license, then, you still have to submit. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's an effort, the effort that is being coming up, a lot of these sort of efforts by a lot of the councils to make sure that, I think we still have, we have a lot of issues on defects, and especially during, that DLP period. And some contractors, some house buyer may feel like the contractors being, the developer or the owner are being irresponsible because they're not coming back and, repair certain things. And the other side will argue otherwise. And of course, the contractor is under the developer and they may refuse to do something, and developer will not come up with their own money to do it and all that. So they're pretty much depending on the contractor to actually come up with the service for repairing the defects and all that during the DLP. So yeah, I think that is something that is for us to think about and consider. It's not clearly stated in the contract. It's just some problems that we our whole industry seems to be facing in that sense. I mean, I'm pretty sure some of you who are actually house buyer yourself or property owner yourself, you also face situations like that, whereby we have to end up, cleaning up the mess ourselves using our own money, or or sometimes get really pissed off and and then start to make noises to the authority and sue the and all that. Some developers, a lot of developers, in Kuching especially, have been having these sort of issues of not being able to deliver the project as supposed to be, according to the satisfaction of the house buyer. So maybe it's an area that we can look into in terms of research, in terms of contract research, in terms of legislation research or regulations research. I mean, it is interesting, I would say, I don't know, for people who are interested in all this. I have got the students who are actually studying this at the moment. But it's more on houses, like housing, properties and all that, like how to define, how to check for the defects, how to, have proper, I think the issues is that timeline regulations, like how to fit that timeline, for example, making sure that the list, the checklist, the definition, is all there, then things may be a lot easier to execute once you've got a good definition of what is considered as workmanship defects, what is considered as material defects, and which one is the responsibilities of the contractor, which one is the responsibilities of the house owner. Procedurally, if this is happening, and if this is happening, we can do this. I mean, I think that would be a good way to start off with, some form of policies or some form of regulations. I think would be very helpful. Obviously, this is dealing with housing industries, but obviously, like when we talk about infrastructure project, that is usually a little bit easier to define. Okay, because like for example, drain, for example, or pipeline, for example, pipeline is all being buried underground, So unless there is soil issues or something that is unexpected, unforeseen, normally pipe don't just burst like that, right? So it should be the material issues or workmanship issue or leakage issue. Like leakage caused by workmanship or material, so the contractor usually will have to come and do the repair all the way up to defect level period. So in a way, maybe some form of infrastructure project is a little bit easier to define in terms of the DLP and what is supposed to be the defects that is, has to be responsible, has to be under the responsibilities of the contractors or the, or the O&M team, the operation and maintenance team. I think that is completion. Any questions on that? So again, definition of completion, the terms definition of completion, and that is not usually stated very clearly in the contract. Like I said, the contract will say that up to approval of engineers, architect, of satisfaction, and all these sort of words that you use. But with that word, you cannot take it literally and say that okay, the engineers have all the power to say yes or no. It is better if we have a definition, and then later on, it will be a lot less, chance for dispute. And if there's a lot less chance for dispute, then you will cut down on a lot of problems later on in that sense. Yeah. Okay. Are we clear about this now? Are we clear about all these dates,
Yes.
Okay, now as we go along the project, okay, the other thing is with full completion, normally the definition will be like defects all, the initial list of defects are all cleaned up. There is no obvious pattern defects. I think that's I always get these two words blurred out. Yeah, latent defects, but yeah, pattern defects. One of them is the obvious one of them is the hidden one. So some defects are like it comes out later, so there's no other defects that is like that is showing up. So that one is done. Then of course the whole project is being commissioned, running normally. And then the other thing is as-built drawings, very important. Get the as-built drawing ready. A lot of you should. Professionally, when the work is done, as-built drawing must be there because it's for maintenance reason, it's for record keeping, for maintenance. If there's a fire, you need as-built drawings. If there is a problem later on with pipe bursts or with any disasters or whatever, all these as-built drawings are important. Okay, it's not to be treated very lightly. So as-built drawing is also must be submitted upon completion, and then the rest would be no specific recurring faultiness. Then what we do is now we basically, upon that date, we will release the contractor fully of the responsibilities. The contractual responsibilities are, then we will need to release the retention money and the other half of the retention sum, and then the performance bond, all these things will be released as well. Okay, and no more claims, all accounts are all cleared, and that's it. We close the case for that project. Okay, so as engineers, it is our responsibility, it's our duty, it's our as the administrator of the contract to make sure that all these things are being cleared up. Whether you're working for government agency or whether you're working for private agencies or whether you're working for the SO and all that, as a consultant engineers, or you're dealing with consultant agreement as well, make sure that we close this properly, and not let it drag for too long. I mean, obviously now a lot of government agencies also, they are being audited as well. The Jabatan audit will actually come and audit if you're being too dilly-dallying and taking too long for certain things, you will be questioned as well. So I think that's a good thing that we need to execute for transparency reasons and also for efficiency and professionalism reasons. Now, all projects, unfortunately, may face some delays, okay? So the other part of time in any contract is dealing with delays in construction project, okay? And project delays, it doesn't happen like, it doesn't happen like one-off, it will be probably cumulative. It will probably be like start at the beginning. So how do you define delay? Okay, so I think the working program is one of the very essential tools that you need to use to define delays. So meaning that all the lines that you draw inside there, when the work progress up to that date and there is some form of delay, you have to be notified. You need to know, okay? You need to know that, hey, no, this is supposed by this month, we're supposed to finish out all the, foundation already, and we still have things to do. And that one, I think we're going to be facing a delay. So that kind of practicality of detecting it obviously is quite common. And some builders or contractors, they may not manage that straight away. Okay, I mean, they may not go and apply for an extension of time straight away contractually. So they detect that there's an issue. So the first and foremost, the right response immediate would be to get things practically catch up. I think that one would be the most practical thing. Okay, so you will say that, hey, you're supposed to be up to this stage, but you are not. I think we are looking at, like how you do your tracking guns and all that. There will be like, percentage of delays that you calculated the amount of work, still have 30% or 20%. So how do you want to catch up with this work? Okay, and obviously that would be the most practical things to do. So, but when you are also managing delays, make sure that you understand whether this activity is a critical activity or not. And that's whereby your critical path method is actually important. Okay. So if this activity will affect the subsequent activity or will affect the project duration itself, the contract duration itself, then that is a delay that you have to be very, very concerned and also be very serious about. Meaning that either you really have to find a proposal or way to catch up, or you need to start to think about applying for some form of EOT. Okay, if not, then there will be issues later, okay, in the project. So critical delay. So the delays can be split into critical and non-critical. Okay, so I've got some readings here that I'll post it up. So it can be critical or non-critical delays, and obviously, if it's a non-critical delay, does not mean that you can sit back and relax, but you just have to be KIV it, watch out for it, whether it will blossom into something more serious later. So you need to watch out for it. But if it's really obviously, if the delay is on the critical path, is one of the critical activities. What is critical activity? Critical activities is activities that will affect the next subsequent activities and also the project delay. I mean, the whole project duration, the whole contract duration will be delayed. Those will be considered is on your critical path. So, for example, slab pouring is on the critical path, and you guys are delaying. Foundation is delayed. Then, it's already 30% delay, meaning that you're supposed to complete in 3 months, but now it's the 4th month and you still haven't finished it yet. And how more longer do you plan to do this? You see, So we need to be very clear about what is the way forward, what is the practical way of catching up. Is there a way to catch up? If there's no way to catch up, then this will be obviously going to be a delay to the project because it's on the critical path. And that is the next course of action will definitely be whether you can apply for extension of time or not on that particular activity. And that falls back to the contract itself. Okay, so if the extension of time is given, that means the contract duration will be extended. So then the next question is, how do you analyze this delay? So first, you have critical and non-critical. Okay, so that is the most obvious basic thing that you need to understand about the delay that happens. And the second thing is concurrent or non-concurrent. If you have a few things happening at the same time, then you need to mark that down whether it's a concurrent delay or it's actually a sequential thing. So meaning that if you have like 3 activities that's ongoing at the same time and 2 of them are having delays, so are you going to be applying extension of time that is, this is going to be affecting the assessment of extension of time data. So check if there's anything that is concurrently going on at the same time that is causing the delay. So whether it's concurrent, non-concurrent, critical, non-critical are the basic 2 questions that you have to answer first. Okay, then we will look back into the contract itself, and the contract will have a list. Of course, this is like saying that, you've already found ways to catch up, you already have plans to catch up, you are still trying to catch up, and you're not giving up, picking up, but you need to also think about applying for extension of time. It is usually concurrently doing this at the same time is more beneficial for everybody than, thinking that you can catch up and later on you cannot, and at the end of the day trying to find your way out by applying for extension of time. It's very easily said than done. I can tell you that, it is very man-powered kind of thing to keep documentation. It very much depending on the project coordinator, depending on the engineers of how well you keep the documentations and all that. It is always an issue with documents, okay? So it's better to do this concurrently while, in the meetings, when you're meeting the client and all that, you ask for plans to catch up, ask for revisiting of your working program, recalculating your working program and all that. You can do that, okay? It's important you ask for catch up. Don't straight away jump to extension of time first, but while you have that plan, while you discuss those plans to catch up, okay? So after you define this is critical, non-critical, concurrent, non-concurrent, all these things are all clear up already, then, okay, you come up with a plan to catch up. So plan to catch up is practical. So either you add in more manpower, you have another team of people, or you want to rearrange your working coordination of the activities. You want to rearrange some of the sequences. You want to hasten some of the work. All these things have to be planned. Okay. So, but while you're planning it, because most contract will actually tell the contractor that you need to inform about the delay event, okay, within certain period of time. This is a clause that is in some contract, it is not in some contract. So be very watchful on that. Some contract will say that if the delay happens, okay, you need to inform within 30 days or within 7 days. Some even say 7 days, but that is for very obvious kind of delay. Okay, like for example, force majeure or inclement weather. So those are very obvious. So you need to inform. And inform does not mean that you need to apply for extension of time straight away. You just have to write into the client and say that I inform that there is a delay event that has already happened. And it's good to write there that you reserve the right to claim for extension of time when the delay period is more clear, or when delay period has, properly materialized, meaning that, the delay could be still ongoing. We're still not sure about the damage that is done. So we need to assess that and then give you an application later on. So this informing is part of the contract. But how many contractors actually do that? I think very meaningful. They're probably not even aware of those clauses. So again, some engineers may take that. I mean, some client agency may take that and say that, oh, okay, you didn't write in to say that there's a delay, so therefore you give up the rights to apply for extension of time. I mean, if you want to do that, then you still can. You can, I guess, if the clauses are very clear that if the contractor did not write in to report on the extension, then they are essentially giving up the rights to apply. If it's written very clearly there, then that is the right client. But if it's just written there that the contractor should actually write in to inform about the delay, then that's it. There is no, it is not done. Okay. So I think it is still reasonable for engineers, SO or contractor representative, for clients rep to actually assess that at the EOT. Okay. Again, like I say, how strict you want to be with the contract, or how nasty you want to be is pretty much individual. Contract is always there. The knowledge is there. The information are there. It's about how people use it. It's like contract is a knife. So whether you want to use it to cook or you want to use it to kill people, it's pretty much based on the person itself. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of you are actually very seasoned engineers. You've seen all sorts of character, okay, in the industry. So you have people who will nick onto small things, okay, but you have people who are like quite gentle, quite overall, get the project finished, and then everybody's happy, we move on with life. There will be people like that. So I cannot comment. Okay, I cannot comment, and I can't comment. I mean, all I'm here to tell you is there is clauses like that. Okay. I mean, sometimes I think about it. Is it good to give you that information? If I give you the information, some people may think like, oh, I can actually use that, So yeah, so I mean, it's also one way of protecting yourself. Like I said, a knife, you can use it to protect yourself. You can also use it to kill somebody. It's always something that is double-sided. So it's how you use it, okay, for the benefit of the project, for the benefit of the society, for the benefit of the overall economy, okay? So what you need to think about, always remember our role as engineers. We are professional people. Don't behave like somebody who is sick or something like that. But obviously, we want to be professional. What is our client's right? We need to protect, So it's a matter of finding the balance and everything. I don't know. I cannot teach you. It's a matter of experiences. Certain people that you meet are okay. Certain people that you meet are not so okay. And then we end up handling things. That is what makes engineering so interesting, because every project is different. Every project is different. Every project has different people, have different characters, have different people, has different motives, and they have different culture, they have different backgrounds. So it's about handling it, okay? It's about managing it in the way. So the best suggestion is, when it comes to contract, just know, number one, the important thing is report, whether it's written or not, whether you want to read your contract or not, is okay. Just report on the delay event. For example, if you say report, okay, the word report does not necessarily means that you have to go and write a letter as well, okay, and say that, oh, I've got this delay event happening. When you have a meeting and it's minuted down in the meeting, okay, that your schedule is like this, and there is a delay, And then in that conversation, in that meeting, the contractor presented, okay, we had this delay because of what? Because it has been raining, it has been whatever, it has been a huge flood, over that period of time, or there is a VO that we need to handle and all that. Make sure that you minute that down, and make sure that you as a contractor, that when you receive that minutes of the meeting, see that it's being minuted down. Okay, so that is also a way of informing. No informing is strictly just that I have to write to inform. Okay, so all these are evidences, these are all documentation, or you can write it down in the site daily record as well. And that site daily record is already acknowledged by the SON or is the representative on site. That is also a way of informing. So you did not, take that close so literally, like it has to be in writing informing. In writing informing, site daily record is writing. Yeah. Minutes of the meeting is writing. Letter is writing. Email is writing. Okay. So that is the first stage. So then after that, once you inform, everybody in the know, hey, some delays is happening here. Okay, this contractor, we're trying to very much to try to catch up with things now. And this side, on the other hand, let's work on applying for extension of time. Okay, when the situation is clearer, flood is over or whatever, the event is finished, then you can assess the damage, how long it will take to catch up, or the event actually affected how many days, how many working days. So fix it there. You have to work on it, find the evidences for it. But the most important thing is you have to know what is considered as compensable delay. So that is a question. So that list in the contract that you have will have at least, the reason why, how, the reason of what you can apply for. So not everything that you think can apply for is a delay event that, is allowing for extension of time. Number one, obviously, acts of God, force majeure. Acts of God and force majeure, they're used interchangeably because acts of God is usually acts of God, So it's talking about nature, meaning that if there is a huge blizzard, when there is a flood, caused by king tide and all that. So it's volcano eruption, earthquakes. This one is actually force majeure is something like acts of God. It can be very blur. I mean, some is very obvious. Acts of human. Okay, human, but it's not within the control of the people in the project, like pandemic. Okay, it is force majeure. Okay, but some force majeure is like some acts of God is actually force majeure. For example, flooding, because the dam failure. Okay, that dam failure is man-made, okay, man problem that caused the flooding. So the flooding itself is actually, act of God, but we lump it under force majeure if the causes of it is actually man-made. So, but whatever it is, these are usually like strikes, like war, these are all under force majeure. Okay, not acts of God. So acts of God usually is nature. Okay, nature, caused by nature. And force majeure is man-made, but of course it can materialize like a force majeure. I mean, it can materialize in the form of flooding, and other things as well. So the reason behind it has to be from man, not from act. Explosion incidents is force majeure definitely is man-made I mean, it's the explosion itself is actually from the pipe, right? I mean, like the gas pipe, right? Unless it's an earthquake lah, then that one is acts of God lah. That one, like I say, if looking as it is, like the fire, the outbreak of fire from the gas pipe bursting and all that, that one I would lump it under force majeure. It's not obviously if the final thing, the final root of all the pipe bursts is actually considered as caused by earthquake, then that one is definitely acts of God. Inclement weather is always a category by itself. And inclement weather is something that some places actually don't want to acknowledge inclement weather anymore. I'm not sure about your agency, but some places say that you shouldn't apply for inclement weather. You should already take into account of inclement weather for every project before you set the contract duration. Know about that, but then but most agencies will still allow that, but not much lah. Yeah, I mean inclement weather is about excessive rainfalls lah, It's not about flooding types and all that. So inclement weather, if the weather raining is causing the actual, most places would like to define it as amount of rainfalls and all the time raining also. Okay. Okay, right. It depends on your contract. It depends on your contract. Normally, yes, because that one is under the way leave is more under the rights of way, the possession part of things as well. So if the way leave is not given by other authority, you cannot proceed with the work. That one is a good reason for extension of time, because it's not under the control of the contractor. Because under there's another category of excusable, non-excusable delay. Excusable delays are usually issues with third party and issues with with third party. It could be obstructions by third parties, such as rights of ways, such as underground obstructions or property obstructions, like maybe there's your site suddenly has somebody's punya house or somebody punya I don't know, some structure there that is not being taken off, and then we sometimes have that in the ponds, fish pond, or that kind of thing. So obstructions that is by third party. So those are usually under excusable delay. And then of course clients changing requirement, design problems, design issues, meaning that certain design cannot be built and then you need to redesign it. And VO, these are all VO that is actually given by that is actually requested by the client. These are all under excusable delay. Okay. Let me see. Check. Oh. Again, that one has to be that is the questions that I was asking you just now, whether this way leave is actually considered as critical. This work under the way leave, is it considered as part of the main critical or non-critical work? So, and then could it be also concurrent, meaning that there are other things that can be ongoing at the same time, and then this one here is part of that concurrent work as well. So you need to assess that, whether that, like way leave, if you ask about way leave itself, like I said, this is under excusable. Usually it's excusable, usually it's third party. Okay. And is usually third-party obstructions that is dealing with other authorities, and all that is not under the control of the contractor or the client itself. Okay, so this one here, if under way leave itself, is definitely a good reason for extension of time. But yes, you can apply for it. But in this question here, you're saying that other works can be ongoing at the same time. It's not saying that that way leave cannot be applied. You still can apply for EOT for that reason, using that reason, but the amount of time given and whether it's in the end granted or not, or fully granted or not, really depending on the EOT assessment. Meaning that, even though other work can be ongoing at the same time, but if it's a way, if it's been proven that this one still causes some delays, even though there are other works that is proven, I mean, you still can get EOT for it. So your question is apply for EOT. Yes, even though there is using the way leave itself is already you can apply for EOT. But the amount of time granted, or whether the EOT will be granted, fully granted based on the numbers that is being applied or not, it is up to the assessments. It is depending on the assessment method that your agency adopts. Okay, so again, it's working on looking at the working schedule normally. So the working schedule means that there's some concurrent work ongoing. Okay, and part of this is this application for way leave. And there may be certain part that's supposed to be the other work is already done, but then this way leave is still not approved. There is a gap there. So then there may be that gap that you can that will, the days that we granted is on those days. Okay, so you need to prove, okay, you need to prove that, your way leave not granted did not cause any delay. Then that is, you apply, you must let them apply. Okay, but it's the assessment that the days that you grant is up to your assessments. So then when you're doing your assessments, okay, these are all concurrent, and then when the way is being given already, the other work is all ongoing there, and then and then this one is not this one is not like a prelude, like earlier on to the other works. So you see, again, we need to study that situation properly for you to say how many days that you're given, or whether you are going to give or not give. Okay, so we're talking about granting EOT, meaning that granting means that either you grant or not grant, and then when you grant, how many days is compensated. Okay, but apply wise, yes. If a contractor is smart, he should apply. No matter what, you must apply. Assessments is up to the SO and also the client. Usually the SO. So again, this falls back to a very important thing, that there's two things to EOT here. Number one is the reason. Number two is the assessment method. And I think a lot of time is the assessment method that is really, really very, very, very blur for a lot of agencies. And that is something that is very missing in the industry. Some agency, yes, you have a specific method, but all of this method, from my understanding, all of this method up until today, none of this method is technical enough to properly study DOT, and it's not standardized across agency. So it is an issue. So meaning that if a contractor work for Cebu Water Board, and then the contractor come and work for Kuching Water Board, and then the contractor work for JBAR, you all have the different assessment standard. And it boils down falling back to the agency themselves and the engineers in charge. So it makes contractor very difficult to manage. Even your contractor who are working for 30 years or 20 years or 10 years, it's so hard to adapt to the different agency, because the different agency, the projects are run by different engineers as well. So sometimes contractors don't apply or didn't apply properly or apply wrongly. It's not because of they're not knowledgeable. It's because they're not clear about the assessment method of the evidence that they need to produce and what is the evidence that is needed. Or they are already given, this is the calculator, this is the calculation for it. And then they go and apply according to the calculator, and then you assess according to your calculator. So it becomes like the contractor assess using their own knowledge, using their own evidence, and they will apply. And then you go and assess with your own method, with your own assessment method, and looking at the validity of the evidence, and then you decide. These are usually the way of assessment. And that is where we can have dispute.
Morning, Dr. Ting.
Yes.
Dr. Ting, there's a question on Aziru also about,
Yeah.
is it possible to include the VO together with the EOT?
Include together with the EOT, huh? Let me look at this question. Yeah, I was going to look for his question. Okay, VO with the EOT. Usually, you need to confirm on the VO first. So, when you have the VO, like let's say the VO is in process, or there is a sign of, there is information that there's a VO coming up, okay? Contractors must inform. I mean, again, that word inform lah, it's supposed to be go without saying lah. But when the VO is being discussed, it must be brought up that time is going to be affected. So then, if you're saying that when you apply for VO and then you apply for EOT at the same time, usually no. We need to clear up on the VO bit and then work on the amount of time that will be extended. And then you apply for the EOT.
Dr. Ting, what if the EOT is because of the wear leave? So wear leave approval late, so causing the EOT, we need to apply for EOT. But during this period, like those our workers' salary, those things, can we put out VO because of this delay?
No. Normally, okay, that is a question on the work compensable and non-compensable. There's the two things that is compensable. Number one is time. Number two is money. Okay. If you talk about normal EOT, like anything that deals with the list of EOT that is already in the reason for application, okay, normally anything that is given extension of time is compensated through time. It will not be compensated with money. So it means that if a contractor says that, oh, you give me an extension of time 6 months, and my workers are here for extra 6 months, I want to claim for what you call the loss and expense. Cannot.
Yeah.
Okay. But if it's a VO, because the VO itself, you already have. VO is a very special case. VO is time and money. So with the VO, you're supposed to be paying them to do the VO, ma. If it's an addition VO lah.
It's like additional of work lah.
Additional work lah, because VO is usually additional work ma. Sorry, it can be additional work, deduction work. So VO, VO is like changes in the work. It can be adding to the work. It can be also deducting the work ma.
Yeah.
But normally deducting the work, we will normally not deduct the contract time lah.
Yeah, correct.
So let me say, okay, I want to do a big, huge building, for example, okay? And then, I want to do a school, and then there's got a lot of components. And then suddenly you said, oh, no money, I want to take out the stadium, a track field, we take it out. So the VO is deduction VO, ma. So deduction VO, we will still keep the time as the contract time, but we wouldn't say, oh, because we take that out already, then we will deduct we know we will deduct the time now, but the money definitely we will deduct lah. So VO, when we deduct the money bit, then we will work on, it has to be agreeable lah, between the two sides lah. So meaning that they will usually fall back onto the original tender amount, and then also the schedule of rates and all that to work out in the VO amount. That is money lah. If there is additional work, for example, like let's say you're almost finishing the project already, okay? So let's say you're already at the end of the project, 2 more months, 3 more months, and then suddenly, I don't want to do a VO, do another 2 km, or sub branch or pipelines and all these sort of things, it could possible, but because of a lot of reasons now. So additional things that comes in. So obviously, additional work will have to be calculated based on the labor and all that. Okay? And this additional work that is based on labor, that you already charged, so there will be money involved that you need to pay for the VO. But then there will not be extra loss and expense. Normally, no. It depends on the contract. Some contract allow, some contract don't allow. So if you were working using JKR as a form of contract, most likely, if I remember correctly, it is not allowed. Not allowed
And then
for
one more.
allowed for more money, allowed for more time, but not allowed for more money. So meaning that the contractor says, oh, my side office has to be here for extra 2 months. My workers have to be here dealing with the project for extra 1 or 2 months. You need to pay me loss and expenses. The answer is no. Usually EOT given already, then loss and expenses are not.
Okay. One more question for me, Dr. Ting. If let's say the CPC issue, so now we go into the DLP already. Within this DLP period, we cannot issue any more additional work to the contractor, right?
No, usually no. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's not fair also. Then you will have to be a separate contract. When we reach EOT, when we reach the LP already, and you want to add in additional work, it's going to be very complicated. You might as well add it to another new contract. That one will be more easy to manage.
Okay, understand.
In contract,
Thank
because
you.
there's no specific way to say that you can or you cannot, There is no contract that says that, it's the right of the client to add in anything during the DLP period. There's no that kind of clauses there. Okay, but for your own management reason, I think it would be easier if we say that if you're already in DLP and then the contractor is already all demobilized already, you ask him to come back, they also don't want to do it, and then you have to negotiate. What's the point? You might as well add on to another or call for a small job contract. That would usually be the case. But
okay,
so to be very careful here is, especially if that small job thing is actually affecting the work of the original contract, then this is something that we have to be very careful with, because you see, let's say in your case, how you're in water board. So pipeline, you're already layman, the contractor is already in DLP, correct? And then that's another few more months, the DLP will be over already. And then you issue a small work contract to F contractor or E contractor or whatever to do that laying of the 4 km pipeline. And then, but this one has to be joined with this original work, So then, there may be a dispute later that this contractor don't let the new contractor touch the work until the DLP is over. Because
actually during the Germany's project, we got some issue on the pipeline package. So actually there are 8 packages. So the first packages is about the extraction of the raw water from the river from Batang Raja. So that package, I think delay, I think a bit fail on the method that they chose. So when we go to another package, all the pipeline being laid, and then they, because of the first project, they cannot complete it on time. So after several years, so this pipeline actually TNC still haven't been done. So there's a dispute on that issue lah. So
Yeah.
at last, the contractor don't want to carry out the TNC, whether it is correct or not.
It is because there's no, unless you say that there's another water source for you to do the TNC. Otherwise, if they need the water source from that place to do the work, then how to do it? Yeah.
Oh,
Even if it's been dragged for too long, that is the time that we have to, the contractor will consider that as time is at large already. And this is the kind of problem that I was mentioning just now, whereby the whole site given or not to the contractor properly. And then if you're given like one part not given, I mean like the part that you need to connect in is actually not done, then the part that they are, it's almost like a sectional thing already. The issue on sectional things. This is a standalone contract. They built it already. They can, if you can get them another water source to test it, then maybe it has to be done now. If that can be done, then that means the testing can be done. But if the commissioning is definitely based on the plant, the raw water itself, that area, that plant itself, then how to do commissioning? Definitely cannot do commissioning.
correct.
So that means you really need to end the contract. You need to end the contract up to testing. Like the testing, if let's say like the testing, you can get water sources from other places to do the testing work. Just get the testing work done, but you cannot commission. But when you cannot commission, but you still have to issue CPC to close up that contract first. Otherwise, this is going to be considered as a sick project in the long run.
Okay.
Yeah. So close it out first, and then you have to resolve the upstream issue.
Correct. What about the L&AD? If let's say in a project, some part of the works have been done, leftover the minor part, which we charge L&AD to the contractor. Whether we charge L&AD based on the total contract or just the part they haven't complete.
Okay, this is considered as another that sectional issue that I was talking about just now. So did you actually give partial handing over? Meaning that you give some part of the work and then some part of the work you didn't give.
With the issuance of the partial handing over means that L&AD can only be charged on the part, partially lah.
Correct.
If without that certificate, means that from SO side, from client side, might charge the L&AD based on the total contract sum, right?
Yes, based on whatever the original contract is. The original contract has the LAD sum, right? That is written there.
Yeah, correct.
So that one, if let's say this is a whole contract, you never give any sectional, any partial, it means that they do some part, they didn't do some part, ma. And the whole part has to be running together, ma.
Yeah.
Okay. So the whole part has to be running together. So it means that the whole thing cannot be commissioned because of some part not done, ma.
Yes,
so that one is, if in that case, the LAD is charged by the days that is delayed on the whole thing is not being commissioned.
Yes.
So if let's say, because of rights of ways, some parts cannot be given to the contractor and you get them to do other parts first, that is considered as a sectional handing over. So those sectional handing over, as long as the testing, their testing are all done already, that's more the other few parts that is not done yet, that one is a separate contract. So that is a separate start date, that's a separate end date, and then then your LAD, if there are delay on those separate parts, then that one is separate LAD.
Okay, understand.
Yeah. So depending on whether you give sectional handover or not. Yes, hi.
Dr. Ting, yeah, just now I was referring to what you mentioned to Lawrence to Clarence on the EOT and the VO and the time. I'm sorry, on the loss and expenses after the EOT.
Yep.
Yeah, so I was actually I had this case recently actually on a real project whereby the contractor actually cannot proceed with the work for almost 1 year because of the land dispute and some other things and the utilities relocation things like that So SO actually given an EOT of 386 days, one year plus.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that is beyond the contractor's control. So contractor now actually putting up a challenge, saying that okay, my overhead is only for 2 years for the project, but now I have
Yes.
to extend another year. So
Yes.
so that is actually not because of their fault, and so they are putting up the loss and expenses claim. And
Yeah.
actually we refer back to the contract under clause 44.1. Actually, contractor is allowed to claim loss and expenses on their overhead due to problems not caused by them. That is under PWD 203, Division 207, federal contract. Yeah, under JKR Sarawak is a bit vague lah. There is not mentioning, but it says that contractor can put out the claim lah. But there's no clause or nothing
Yes.
to support that, is actually payable on the loss and expenses.
Yeah. When we have a clause like that there is going to be a claim on loss and expenses, that is whereby you have to be very careful with the time. Okay. So
Yeah.
if you have issues about this being, land dispute that is ongoing for so long already, my way of managing it would be, if let's say it goes on for 3 months, 4 months, and yet there is no end, like you cannot see any daylight to the situation. Okay, what we should do is to put the time is at large. So meaning that we just activate that and say that, let's hold this project, and we will renegotiate the start time and the end time, and then when the time is right, and then get the contractor to go and do other things instead of awarding them with EOT.
Yes.
So if you already award them with an EOT of 365 days, and then there is a clause that is, PW has a clause that says this particular, so specific about if the delay is excusable, then excusable means that it's actually part of the delay that is actually not a fault of the contractor, meaning that it's claimable. Normally, we will say excusable is the one that is the design, the party. These are all excusable delay that is not under the control or the fault of the contractor lah. Then we will award EOT. But normally, when you award the EOT, you can actually specify out to say that this is the situation that nobody wants. Okay, so you give EOT, but you don't give loss and expenses. Even if contract says they can, but if you specify in your letter to them when you grant the EOT, you can also add in that these are not allowed to claim for loss and expense.
Agreed. I think on the normal circumstances, like there is a small VO, like extension of culverts or extension of a little bit of shoulder. I think that is understandable that with the EOT, but there is no cost incur lah. But on a different case like this is a very extreme case that's saying that the land and the utilities is not being
Yeah.
settled yet. So that is actually causing the delay to the project and also overhead to the contractor lah. So if I were to administrate that contract, I would support it lah. I would support to give loss and expense to the contractor. Provided that they give us their calculation on how much
Yes.
overhead that they are spending per day, things like that lah.
Yes, yes. So again, like I said, it's how we manage the situation. So you are being very good here, very generous here. I mean, if the contractor did mobilize, did they mobilize?
Yes, they already did.
So if they mobilize, they actually kept like an office, they did the P&G thing, they did the insurance thing, everything is already proceeding as normal, and then at that point they cannot.
Correct.
You're not giving them that certain stretch of rights or ways like that. At that moment, you could manage it in terms of time is enlarged. You could manage it in terms of sectional, So if this is not activated and everybody was just sitting there waiting for the things to be ongoing, waiting for the issue to be resolved, and the issue was not resolved until many years later. 1 year later.
Correct.
I think what you did is very reasonable, because it's not like they haven't mobilized yet, they haven't do anything yet, they haven't done the P&G or whatever, they haven't done it yet. Then I would say, you can probably manage it differently lah. Yeah.
I think it has to go case to case basis lah.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, Dr. Ting, if let's say it's from the possession of a payer lah, if let's say like what Dr. Ting said just now, we can actually negotiate, and then we reschedule the contract period with a condition saying that this is not eligible for VO for the overhead, for the salary. I think it's also the right way to handle the project, right?
Because in his case, right, those guys are already there, they are already working, they've already mobilized, and then they've already, I would say that, if they have been sitting there, because of this strike or because of these things are not being given, and the client side did not put any other actions such as sectional, activate sectional handover, or activate, time is at large, that sort of things, then you are getting them to sit there and not do anything, you see. So they are keeping a team, they are keeping their site officers, they are keeping their project costs ongoing. Then as the right way is, especially the contract do still have this clause, and then you did not write and say that I will give you extension of time, but no money will be compensated, for certain things will be compensated, but not everything will be compensated. If you did not write that, I think there is no reason why you cannot. Why you stop them from claiming for loss and expenses. Now, if you come up to this situation already, the best is to negotiate on the amount.
Okay.
Meaning that they will give you 20K per month, 50K per month, 200K per month. You cannot pay that much, obviously, So it's a matter of maybe you look at the reasonableness of their claim. So they also cannot be unreasonable. So then now what, like Kifan's case, you have to control the amount that is being claimed. For example, extension of insurance definitely is it off, And then if they want to claim for their performance bond, the banker's guarantee or interest or whatever, that may also be something that they can claim. And then be very careful about the amount of things that they're keeping on site. to make sure that the site is running, the project is considered as still ongoing, then that expenses may, you cannot let them claim like, I've got like 50 guys working on site, I've got my site office working on site, and the engineer salary also suka you claim for Y amount. That one you have to be very careful also. Then it's about assessing that claim to the level of reasonableness that is, that is presented lah.
Yes, I agree. All this has to be from the records, from the site diary, how many persons are working, how many machineries are working, and then all the obvious expenses will be like the rental of the site office, insurance extension, bank guarantees extension, all these class, CIDV,
License extension, that kind of thing, yeah.
extension, all these extensions, those have to be in a proper record. Yes, Dr. Ting, my case is quite unique case because the contractor is already in the site, at the site already. They are doing some other works, but they cannot proceed with the main earthwork part because of the land dispute. So you cannot issue a notice to them saying that please go back home first, wait for us for one year, then you come back again. So that is not an option now lah. So this is a very unique case.
No, because you've already get them to wait for 1 year. So like I said, if you want to activate that go home first, which means time is at large, then it has to be earlier on. If earlier on you activate that means you have tell them that, I really don't know when we're going to solve these things, and I think we will put it time is at large. Let's stop everything first. You go back first, and then that means we kind of just leave it hanging first. Then, they go back first. Of course, there will be some cost that they may have to charge about mobilizing and demobilizing and also remobilizing later. That one would probably be not as bad as them sitting there waiting for like 1 whole year, and now they're going to claim a huge sum of amount. And obviously, from professional point of view, we all think this is all correct, but from client's point of view, they're not going to be too happy about that. I would believe,
Yeah, but the client acknowledge the problem. They also know that contractor is trying their best to mitigate in between to see what can be done. Don't waste time there. So contractor also performing in a way, but they can't do much. That's the problem.
Because it's the main portion of the work. Even if you activate sectional, I don't think it works also, because like what you said, it's the main portion of the work. Yeah. So I think
that's for sharing. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very interesting share. I mean, this is a case that, like it does happen, especially with a lot of these rural kind of projects whereby land is an issue, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Clarence, did you also ask something?
No. I'm just having discussion together with Hee Huang on his issue his project.
You are from like in that case, like Hee Huang's case, if this is managed a lot earlier on to stop it, like just to stop the whole thing, like you put a stop to it, then things may not run for so long until now lah, then because this case is already like you're for 1 year already, then what else can you do? You still have to pay them, Then, but then if you like in the future, if you guys have this sort of issue, again, it's very difficult because you don't know how long it will be ongoing. Sometimes 2-3 months later is fine, and then sometimes it takes like years, like I've seen cases that is maybe even up to like 400 over days also got, like that kind of issue, so can be very unpredictable, especially when we're dealing with land disputes and regulation. I mean, like land disputes and also ownership disputes and also rights and possession kind of issue. So I think easy for me to say, but then when you guys are in it, just watch out. I mean, if there is issues like this, like I say, either you don't start the project at all until that is why in the beginning, remember when I first started the project, I said even sectional, I wouldn't want to do it. Just be clean cut. Wait until we sort out all these things. You can sign the contract first and leave things. Don't give possession. Don't give anything. Just leave it as it is, and then give contractor a warning to say that we still have this issue. We've already given you the contract. Okay, why you do that? Because in a way you are locking in the price in that sense because you don't want to say, okay, I cut off the contract now and then in the future I call for tender again, and then the tender price is like 10 times higher in 2 or 3 years time. So maybe the one reason why you tender for it already, you've made the effort to tender for it already, and the price are locked in already. So we sign the contract, lock in the price, let the contractor knows we're not giving you possession. I think if we can handle this earlier, then try to give a clean cut, not give and then wait. You see, you may end up paying for a lot more. So manage it earlier, or if really the situation is in such a way that you can give sectional, then we will negotiate for sectional. And if the situation is in such a way that really certain parts is really, really hanging, like you don't see the ends of it, or there is a situation that doesn't seem to be working, then try to activate, talk to your legal team and try to activate time is at large and see if that can be done. But that is a few earlier mitigation ways that we can do to consider that as doing the job for the client like rather than them having to pay for a huge amount of loss and expenses. I think obviously I think the client would not be too happy that with all the additional costs to the contract. I'm not saying that it's not fair, but then obviously they're not going to be happy about that yeah. So I think that is very interesting questions. Fifi, you're asking that if the contractor can for EOT for late receiving payment from a client, you cannot not work diligently. Even if you receive late payment, no such thing. Tak boleh. Payment is another thing that I think you listen to the recording already. Payment is a standard thing. I mean, it's such a terrible thing in this industry, whether you're dealing with contractor, we're dealing with consultant, it's always an issue. Okay, so I think the other day we talked about payment. LU9 was about money. So one of the important thing in the contract, okay, in a contract is for the contractor to work with due diligence. It's your responsibility to work with due diligence, to carry out the job diligently, to finish the work diligently. So the contract obviously says that already, and it does not tie in your diligence with money. It's the right of the contractor to be paid on time. Okay? It's the right of the contractor to be paid on time. It's their right. But this right and them work diligently is not like tied together. Okay? So means that if the contractor receives money late, okay, and then you say that then I don't go to work, because you don't pay me. You cannot, So from the contract point of view, when you receive payment late, you deal with it in the late payment mode. Okay? When you don't work diligently, you will be dealt with in that category. So these two categories are not tied together. So let's say if I receive payment late, I'm a contractor, you can never say that I will reduce my manpower. I mean, you can, you pretend. You cannot say that I don't go to site anymore. Then later on, EOT pun not going to be given to you. Because you did not work with due diligence. That is your problem. It's not the contractor's problem. under the delays or whatever, nothing to do with late payment. There's no clause, there is nothing that will actually give you the right to purposely take your manpower, take the machinery away from site because the client is not paying. You understand? You cannot suspend the work. You cannot not go to site to work. You must at all times work diligently. You just like Hewan's case just now. The contractors still have to prove that they are working diligently, you know. If they fail to do that working diligently, then the later on case is going to be gone case. So late payment is never an excuse to claim for EOT. It's not under the excusable delay. Okay. So, okay, now back to delay. So delay, look at the list of reasons. And obviously, the list of reasons like from A to K or from A to J, it's very limited. And you may say that so limited if there's a case of other situation that we think is reasonable, then why we cannot claim? Well, what we can do is link back to some of this list of reasons. For example, if you cannot claim for let me think, any reason why but maybe that party obstructions, for example. Okay, so this third party obstructions is not some contract will list it down, okay, under it, but maybe there will be other things like excusable, like they will put in others and all that kind of things. There's a room, there is a room, but some contract don't have. Some contract are very stringent about the list of items that they have. So you check and link back onto one of the items. Okay? And that's how we try to make sure that we cover as much ground as possible. So in terms of reason, you be try to stick within those reasons, try to write and try to link back to that list of reasons, then it will make things clearer. Otherwise, even though it's not in that list, it's obviously not in the list, and no matter how you link, also cannot link back to that list, then it's about reasonableness already. All contract will have to run through a test of reasonableness. So as contract administrator as well, you need to be reasonable. Okay? You need to be reasonable, because if the contractor will raise the dispute to court or raise the dispute to arbitration, in the end, it will still be reasonable industry standards that will apply as well. It's not because of you sign this contract, you already put people in a very unfair contract and people has no way to move and no way out. There will still be that test of reasonableness. Okay, so don't think that client, I'm a client, or whatever, I'm a SO, I'm a big shot here, I call the shot, you already signed a contract with me, that you are already tied in with me and all that. No such thing. Yes, there is, it guides you, it leads you, it tells you what to do. The knowledge are all there. But let's say, if your contract is really based on a very unfair terms and conditions, and then if this is being void later on, then you probably will be on the losing side. So we may as well handle it properly within the contract when we still have control over it. So if you, let's say, go to dispute, like adjudication, or, you go for like payment dispute and all that kind of stuff, when you raise it up to other level, then things are already out of your own control. Okay, so when things are still within your control, try to be reasonable. So we will still get the contractor to claim and report on the activity that caused the problem, and what it will affect and how much time that it will affect. Okay, and then we assess whether this is a real case, like, for example, the way leave case. You need to understand that many of these contracts are actually written, especially this JKR, PWD, all these contracts are many years ago one, For JKR, I think it's 2006, if I'm not wrong, or activated 2008. And PWD also is revision 2007. It's almost 20 years already. So if we are going to be strictly following every single item, every single word in that contract without any logic or without any reasonableness, we are just going to be opening yourself up. Okay? Because things change. You know, if you look at contract that is 1964, in written, where got email, where got WhatsApp at that time? Okay, so you see, most of these contracts are 2000 something renew one. I think the latest one, if I'm not wrong, which one is 2016, if I'm not wrong. And that is also almost 10 years ago already. And with so many new things coming up every day, you know, this is a very dynamic industry. It's not that we can revamp on our contract all the time. You know, I mean, like Baju, you buy a one size free old t-shirt from 20 years ago. Yes, you still can wear them, but you know, it may be a little bit out of fashion now. So you still have to use it with care in that sense now. The same goes with contract. So that boils down, okay, again, because you have authority. All the people who sign a contract, I mean, like the parties who sign a contract, you have the authority to raise concern, you know, and then you also have, like, let's say, I mean, besides government contract, like government contract, sometimes they are being a bit hard-ass about it because they are saying that we are the government, you take it or not, you follow or not. Okay? And most contractors, they're worried about being blacklisted, you know, being, you know, like not being told for future jobs and that kind of stuff, you know, and then, you know, they don't raise issues like that. But again, you know, in today's world, I see that most people are very educated, you know, they understand their rights, they understand their responsibilities. Some contractors are being downright, you know, contract-based as well, and, you know, they can be quite askful about things as well, you know, so it's really not, I mean, you have to be careful as well. So they also know their rights and all that. So there's no reason why they cannot raise a dispute. Okay? So this is a situation that we all have to be, you know, understand your own contract, know what is in your contract. But when you execute it, use it as a foundation, you know, and use it as a guideline. But guideline means that you use it with some thought, you use it with some reasonableness, you use it with some logic and common sense as well, you know. Don't use it die, follow every single thing. Okay, so make sure that in that framework, like it gives you that framework to follow. Understand? Huh? All right, then the assessment. And the thing with EOT, right, the assessment bit is always not day one in any contract. So again, that gives the what we call the room, like it gives you room to actually do whatever you want. So there's a level of freedom here, you know, to execute. But again, if you don't have that in a contract, you have to be based it on your agency's principle, okay, and regulation. So water board will have their own regulation, JKR will have their own regulation, DID will have their own regulation, and most of this regulation probably came from JKR anyway. Then after many years, that you know, you develop a new way of assessing. But contract will usually give you timeline, meaning that they will say to you that, okay, first you must report your delayed event within certain amount of time, and then after that, the contractor will apply for EOT within certain time. Okay, and then you must present the evidences. Then again, that what is that evidences? Nobody actually tell you that list down. No contract actually list it down like what sort of evidences that is available. I mean, that you should be putting in. For example, working programmer, tracking gunner, or you know, event, you know, what is the document that is usually needed, and if that document should be signed by two parties or whatever, you know. So normally there's no procedures. They only give you like you must apply. The contractor will apply. Okay, the contractor will apply on certain days of that event happening. Okay, then after that, the engineers or the SO will verify. That will usually be the case. They will say the SO will verify. So that means people like the consulting engineers, if you're the SO representative or the SO or the engineers or the architect, you will be the one verifying, checking all the evidences, checking the reasonableness, checking the reason, checking the critical path. So this is the time that you must have a set of assessment methods. Okay. Otherwise, it becomes too subjective to the individual who is assessing. And many of government agencies, in the end, will send this back to the district side or the Jabatan side, the lower Jabatan side to verify the project side itself, the engineers on that district level to verify. So I mean, that is my understanding. I mean, like I've talked to some of the engineers before in these agencies, and when we're doing some research work, some mostly, and then it's going to be more or less like agreed, not agreed. But then you ask them for a specific method for assessing. There is no specific method. Like there is methods like the window method. There's a few techniques that is available, but I don't see a full-on assessing technique or a checklist or a criteria list of assessing. I mean, maybe now have like maybe water board have, I don't know. But if you have, please share. I mean, that would be nice. Okay, for us to take a look as well. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. But if you don't have, then it's a matter of assessing. The way is the wording there is you need to assess, verify, and then after that you pass it back to the client for approval. So it could be the contractor's application, your verification or your assessments, and I mean SO assessments, and then pass it back to the client for approval on extension. And don't just think about extension of time at the end of the project, and contractor likes to do that. If you are the client agency or the contractor or the designer, consultant agency or SO, please advise the contractor. Why you say you want to be careful? They don't want to apply, why I want to talk so much? Because in the end, they will apply. And in the end, when you want to settle everything after 18 months, it's going to be a long process. Where are you going to find all the documents and evidence? It's going to make your life difficult also. So why don't you just set the things going at the beginning, whereby, okay, you apply, we must assess. How many days we will assess? We give you how many days. Later on, at the end of it, once the contract period is passed, then total, we will work out on the total. But then each of these EOT application, you must assess it when it happens. You get people to apply. It's very funny, contract get people to apply, contractor to apply as soon as possible when it happens. But the assessment don't come until like the project finish. Then what's the point of keeping all these things until the end? You get or not? I find it very weird. I think you people to apply so that you can assess it early and keep the record there early. No. And honestly do you guys remember what you eat last week?
Dr. Ting, just want to share something here. I actually find it very, very annoying, for young SO staff asking contractor to put out the claims before their interim payment or things like that. I think it is actually not. I don't know. I come from the old school because
Okay.
during my time, when I work as a junior engineer in a consultant firm also, my boss always asks me that whether or not the contractors claim or not, our job has to assess their payment fairly. Go to the site, do the measurement with them.
Yep.
Then we will assess it fairly. If the contractor challenge, don't challenge, then that's it. Then you will have done your job.
Yep.
So I find it very annoying for the new engineers or or QS or from the XO side that they always ask the contractor to claim before they if they don't claim, then we don't pay. it's actually very, very wrong.
Oh, you mean like you mean like you mean this is about payment, is it?
Yes, yes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, but then I mean like your way definitely is professional. Okay, it's professional. I think at the end of um there is a minimum amount of money that you're supposed to
Correct.
claim. And if you don't pass that claim, they cannot put in the claim. That is quite obvious, huh? Yeah, but then I don't understand. The thing is, what you're saying is you get very annoyed because they actually the young engineer actually keep on asking the contractor to claim, and the contractor don't want to claim.
Contractor actually not it's not compulsory for the contractor to submit claim, but it's compulsory for the contract administrator to assess the work done and do the payment accordingly every month,
But the thing
right?
is, I think all the contract now actually specify that the contractor must put in the claim. If they don't put in the claim, then no need to assess. You see? So I think that is what is written in most contract now, that is compulsory for them to make the claim according to the minimum amount. Obviously, like if they reach the minimum amount, they have to claim. So
The
you are
minimum
saying that
amount now, the minimum amount now is only 1,000 ringgit.
oh,
Based
is
on
it?
based on the new circular right now, it's only 1,000 ringgit.
Mm.
So so I mean anyone could have achieved that now.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. But
It
that
depends.
is my experience. That is my experience, just to share.
Yeah, I've honestly not seen any engineers who automatically you know, assess the claim and pay the contractor. You know, not my experience though.
I I I am the very, very odd one.
I mean, like I would like to work under you. I mean, that would be a good consultant to work under. I mean, it actually, I mean, like I like the way you this way of working. It's just like the EOT. You know, you assess it as soon as possible. Don't wait
Yes.
until the end of it. Do you have that problem as well, Heath? Like
Sorry?
like for example, we're not talking about payment. Let's say payment obviously is like okay, most all contract now there is a mandatory for contractor to put in claim.
Okay.
It's mandatory now. So it means that if they don't see the claim, you have nothing to work on. So the fact that you are assessing their claims by checking out the site and then producing the certificate and all that for them, it is a practice that is already too good. It's above the contract already. I mean, you're doing the right thing ethically, you're doing the right thing professionally. Okay, if we're talking about contract, if you look at all the contract clauses, it is like mandatory that the contractor must put in the claim according to the certain format that is being specified by all the parties. I mean, like by the client side or agree upon this is how the claim should be. Then after that is the for me, if a SO can access the claim on time, it's like alhamdulillah already,
Correct.
You are considered as super professional already. It's like I've seen people who are like, I mean, like most that I see is, even you submit the claim, in the end, don't assess.
That's why I said I a bit annoyed on now the practice they take their very sweet time, to go through the even the joint measurement that has been signed and verified at site, they still go back to the office and say, okay, this is not right, that is not right. But then what is the point of doing joint assessment if when you go back to the office and say this is not right and that is not right?
All right.
So
All right.
I find it very annoying. Even I work for the consultant, I'm supposed to be at the client side, but I don't think that is a good practice. If you have any dispute, then do it at the site. When you do the joint measurement, don't go back to the office after 3 days. Then you say that, okay, this is not right, this is not right, and then you have to start to recompute the whole thing again. So it's not efficient.
Yeah, definitely. The right process is you have to submit. Contractor must submit. Once submit, the client side, the SO and the client will have, usually it's the SO side will have, this is the authority that is given to the SO. So you have to assess the claim. Okay, it's very clearly written that the SO or the SO representative have to actually assess the claim. So how do you assess the claim? It's pretty much dependent on the SO themselves. Like in your case, you want to call for, like, let's say the case is a BQ contract, you need to do joint measurement. Then we do joint measurement on site, correct or not?
Right.
So once you've done the joint measurement, everybody agree on that day itself, sitting there, doing the joint measurement. This is the amount that you will all agree is already signed. So why should we come back and change it again?
Correct.
Yeah. Or if you trust the contractor enough to send in the claim, and then you get your own people to go down and verify in some cases, okay, or based on the record that is being put in, by the contractor, and then your team, your part of works or whatever, verify, then we should also trust their verification mark, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. So the verification, there's a time for verification. So usually I would say it's about 14 days for you to do the verification. And once the verification is done, there should not be any changes after that, because that verification should be verified with documents, with the records, with the inspections, with whatever visual or drawing inspections or whatever. So then that verification, I think the client side must give enough of respect to the SO to say that this is their verification. So you're saying that people who change the verification is the client side or your own side people?
Actually, it's a combination from our side people and the contractor.
Oh, you mean that the contractor also sometimes they actually regret and say that can you claim more? Is it?
That is the nature of contractor lah. They will want to claim more lah, but we will have to assess it fairly lah for them lah.
Yes.
No contractor will say that I want to claim less lah. Every contractor will say that I
true.
want to claim more, right?
Yeah, of course. So what we should, I totally agree with you. Why? Because to keep our life simple, and then to do the work professionally, when you receive the claim, okay, within that 14 days, set a day to do the verification work, or
Right.
make it a point, or if you don't have the time, then you must give that authority to your representative, or your team, or your part of work, or your site RE to do the verification work. Come back with that. Unless you look at it and have a reasonable doubt about what is going on, then we shouldn't question lah. Not to say you shouldn't question. Like, we have the right to question. Maybe are you sure it's so much? Are you sure it's so little? Because based on the listing last month already, you're already up to here. Then how come the claim is only up to here? Something is not right here, you see? So I think this is all management of people. So then once it's done, when we verify it, then that's it. To stop the contractor side also cannot make any noise anymore. So when we are at site, you should tell us that this is the amount of work that is done. We ask you, you don't come, or when we say okay or not, you say okay already, then okay already lah. That word is very important. What you say, fairly, very fairly, you've done it. Fair is like time-wise, have to be fair. amount have to be fair. The actual work that is done have to be fair. And then it's bound, contractor side definitely is bound to claim more lah. That one is their nature. And because of some practices that many contractors used to have is because their work are usually chopped down, you see. So I mean, some engineers they have a tendency, no matter what, they have to chop down something. So I mean, I'm not saying this is your case, but there are some engineers who do that. No matter what, they issue have to come down a little bit. So that's why a lot of contractors got into this practice mode of applying a bit more for you to chop, that kind of thing, you know. I mean, these are all practices that is not very healthy lah. Like we say, if it's what you're doing is very correct, professionally, you're supposed to go down to site, verify it based on that day, this amount of work that is done. Okay, go through the site office record, verify already, site daily record, take a look, report, take a look, verify, and then the other party is there also. I verify it like this, you okay, settle, then that's it. You got one job done. Otherwise, it's endless, isn't it? Like today, you verify already. 3 days later, they come back and tell you that, hey, I want to add this, I want to cut this, and then this is not right there, blah, blah, blah. And then you need to recompute again, like what you say. So how to get the things done on time if it's not being confirmed straight away, isn't it? So yeah, I think for payment claim, I think we need to stick to the timeline that is given. Contractor must claim. Okay, this is something that I have advised everybody who's working for contractor. There is not many engineer who is like he want like that. You know, you don't claim, also he go and check for you. Okay, I think 99% of the engineers nowadays will say that, where is your claim? Can you please pass me the claim? Unless you don't want to claim, I'm not going to force you to claim. But if you want to claim, can you please claim? You know, and then after that, you verify. So all the contractors, engineers here, make sure that you submit your claim regularly, based on the minimum amount that is stated in your contract. Okay, then you put in your claim according to the format that is required by the client's agency or the SO representative. And then their site must verify. How they're verified, they must tell you also for transparency. Okay?
I think the annoying engineer that he mentioned is me lah. Actually we need the progress cam. It's because we want to know, normally together with the plan there is a progress report, because we need that progress report to do some reporting to our management also lah. But the annoying part actually is not for me, as a contract administrator for Cebu Water Board. Actually, the annoying part is not actually like we handle the project. We verify all the documents already. When we pass for payment out to account side, they will check again on the photos, and then because of the auditors, this, I think the most annoying is the auditors. They found a lot of this photograph not suitable lah. The timeline in the photograph is not correct lah. So all these things make us even become more difficult when we do process the payment. And normally sometimes let's say this month is January, and then all these things done already, maybe until March only approve they want to make payment, and then out to contract side they was mentioned, oh, why don't you make it like 2 months into one claim, January and February we have to redo. I find this is even more annoying than what he mentioned.
Very
agree
professional.
on that one. That is actually not. They want to combine the payment because of their own delay, and
Yes.
it's actually causing a lot of extra work for everybody.
Yes,
so
correct.
Yeah, I agree on that also lah.
If it is just a simple calculation, then fine. But sometimes the calculation you have to start from overall, have to start
Yeah,
again.
Yes.
This
I
is my
know.
experience.
Yes, I can imagine that. I mean, like, what I was thinking, like, why is the industry so so packed, with all these bad payment issue, what the practice that we're doing here? I mean, like, I also give you guys a recent papers that we published, and recently in ASE, also contractors that we also have a lot of issues about late payment, and I think um what you mentioned here is a very good indicating, I mean, sign lah for me to understand more, like, in a way, it's not only the verification bit, I think maybe even if up to the SOB, they're doing the job, they finish it within 14 days, the client side must understand and also respect the fact that there is a timeline that you guys have to keep, that is like you must give up the payment within 30 days or 60 days or whatever that is being specified within the contract. How come that is the missing link here? That's the thing, People are like
Yes.
not following the regulations. Why are they so daringly not following the regulations? You see, I mean, is it because of? I mean, that is something that I think is going to be quite interesting to look into, huh? I think the main issue here is late payment in any way is not being penalized. You see, all the recent contract that is that's being given out, I mean, that is being revamped in the year 2000 onwards, the millennial the millennial contract, they all cut out the clauses about penalty. So therefore, it becomes very easygoing for the client side. But this thing being left to the audit department, in fact, if actually somebody go and complain to audit department that saying that, how come our payment is late, not following the contract, you go back to be questioned by the, it will go back to the question, it has to go back to the loop, the auditor needs to go back to the loop and check whether, where is the problem that if we stated 60 days or stated 30 days in the contract, and how come 3 months later, 4 months later, 5 months later, consultants still haven't received payment, contractors still haven't received payment now.
But to 13, I can see that if you audit, if they audit on these things, you will see there is a very good report card on that, because they will bet that on those that, they'll make it like all the payment being paid in within the time frame. But actually, in fact, the major reason why payment is always late, I can say that is because the boss is outstation. They went for meeting. That's why the document, it is actually not the SO only sign it and then can pay. It will go to the management, like contract department head, and then after that the GM, general manager, and then will go down again to the finance to make check, and then check to be released to contractor. Normally, when they receive the payment, it's already 3 months, 4 months. But in the when they set out the KPI contract payment to be met within 14 days, the achievement can be more than 90%. This is what I because I'm in the government, so this is the way I see it. But I think this is not right. That's why I actually propose to the management, we do digitalization on these things. We make it like after I approve, so next person who is the one to approve, see who is the one actually delay the payment. But they don't want to do it lah.
I can talk whole day on the delay payment.
I know.
Especially for the consultant, the contractor is still okay, then still receive in within three to four months. The consultant have not received anything for 1 year also got.
I know this is terrible. I mean,
I can talk a whole day on this.
yes, I know.
Okay.
I mean, I've done some report on that as well, you know. I mean, like
Yeah,
the
I know.
consultant one, yeah.
I know you've done it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I can see the plight lah. I mean, from the academic point of view, we are trying our best also to bring up all these issues lah, in
Right.
the consultant payment issues. I've recently sent a paper about the consultant being paid late and all that for this planning Malaysia journals. So I'm hoping that it will be published. Once it's published, then this is like open information. Because like academically, when we publish in a paper, then anybody can access that paper, and I think that will bring up that level of awareness about the different.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ting. Thank you. On behalf of the consultants, thank you very much.
Once the paper is published, once the paper is published, I hope that it will be published, because Planning Malaysia Journal is actually a journal by Planners Malaysia, so it's like a Malaysian journal. So,
okay.
Yeah, so it's like a situation that if they publish it, then it's already there in the archive, then anybody can access it, and any one of you as a consultant can actually access it and quote it, and like make a citation and say that this is already proven, that kind of thing. I think, yeah, it is actually good. Otherwise, it becomes like, oh, I'm complaining, you are complaining, that person is complaining, but there is no official information kind of thing,
Right.
Yeah. So when a paper is being published, it's verified, it's verified by different parties that this is a real data here. So then anybody, now that after this, when the paper is published, then anybody can, across the world, even in Malaysia, you can have access to it. You can, you can quote it. You can say that, this study has been done. This is the situation. This is the case. So it's out in the open, you see.
Yeah.
So we are. I mean, the paper that I published was actually for contractor, and that was published in the ASCE journals. And ASCE is an international journal, so for Malaysian contractors, all the informations are there already. So I think one of the findings that we have is, I think government agency, the accountability is very bad. I think that is something that we need to work on. Accountability means that people don't get punished, at all for not doing this job. That's the problem. And then transparency is definitely with, and then I think the main issue here is there is contract clauses is available, but when it's not executed, the issue lies with, what can other parties, what can the parties that you all consultant, what can you do, about it? So that is something that is very lacking in terms of legislations, in terms of regulations. Maybe that could be the way that we can sort of like help in that kind of issues lah. Whether it's for contractor, whether it's for consultant, I think let's make it better lah. Put it this way lah. I know a lot of agency, all the agency, government agency, they have all the auditor department, and it's a good, what Karen said, it's a good thing there is auditor department, but when you go and forge information on the auditors, data that is presented to the auditor, it defeats the purpose. Something like, how can they forge the information? Now the payment are all digital, correct or not? What date that the contractor apply for payment? What date the SO sign the payment? What date that the payment is out? Yes, in between is all manual sign now. You can put in the date digitally. I mean, you can put in the date manually, but the payment is through the bank, or that is confirmed, or the day that you pay is already confirmed, that is already delayed. Can you hide on this matter? They don't ask for bank transfer, man. They use payment. for water bill still you pay people with check. So you can backdate your check one, is it?
Yes, they still pay with check. Like big project, they pay with check. Those online one is just more like internal claim, our claim, traveling claim. They do it in online pay. But the others they still using check.
Oh, no wonder. No wonder they can
Yes.
do all, like what's it, all the backdating, to make it look good.
That's why. Yes. That's why they make things look good, but actually, in fact, the payment is actually very late. For me lah, this is what I can view, I can see lah. I dare to say, don't quote my name.
No. It's okay. I think what we are saying is the documents are there. Okay, the papers are there. We as engineers, we know how we should practice. I mean, again, that is the issue of there are some people who just don't follow the rules and they try to move, at the gray area. So obviously, there's nothing much we can do about characters of people, but I think what we can do is see if we can move in from regulations on certain things that may actually help the industry to be better, like in the sense. What I'm seeing is, with all this late payment, it affects consultant, it affects contractor. Like what Ivan says, contractor at least still have like closer stay that they say that they don't need to be paid within certain amount of time. They still can go to identification and all that. And consultant probably have less room to move in that way. So I think the whole industry, construction industry, the whole engineering industry needs to be healthy, because this is an industry that is the nation. See? When you put such level of low productivity, and then inefficiencies, and so much of bureaucracy, and so much of, unprofessional, no, professional, not just professionalism, there's no professionalism in all this. It's not going to work in the long run in that way. I mean, sooner or later, not sooner or later, it's already the problem, huh? I mean, we don't want to be engineers, we don't feel like it's actually good to be engineers, we think that life as an engineer is really tough. So then, how are we going to educate the younger generations, in that sense, how in university we tell them this is our contract, and then you will go out there and practice, it's going to be a whole different thing. It's going to be like quite disheartening for a lot of young people as well, I think. They learn all the wrong things as well. Yeah. I think it has to be a healthy industry. But having to say that, we will not, what is happening here is not something new, and then it's also not as it's actually not fresh. It's actually not fresh, meaning that you probably see this problem in big developing country as well, and you probably see that in underdeveloped country as well. I'm pretty sure, Indonesia, Thailand, besides Singapore, probably has a little bit more better SOP and less red tape. I don't know, but then again, you ask Singaporean, I'm pretty sure they will tell you all the bad things as well about their government agency. But I at least I believe the transparency is a lot better. But let's work together on this. I think it's something that it will take time. But I think the mentality and the direction that we are going towards must be right. So when we work, it can be slow, but like you are all practicing engineers. We do the right thing. We make sure that we understand, we have the right knowledge, we do the right thing, we execute it professionally. There are things that cannot be done. We try to improve and see if we can make it better. But like I said, from academic point of view, we try to do more research, we try to gain more data, because when industry talks about certain things, it's like industry, it sounds like a complaint, it sounds like a accusation, okay? And it sounds like the difference in perspective, and therefore not everybody wants to listen to that. But for our role as institute, university, we should be playing a very neutral role in carrying out studies, in working on gathering data, and then studying this data and analyzing this data and presenting this data in the way it is, so to actually clearly present the plight of the industry. I mean, there is many areas that I think we can improve, definitely. Just not like one lecture all the way until now. I think we've already mentioned many, many things that we can improve, even that. I mean, some of it contract has, some of it contract don't have, some of it don't have but no SOP, some of it, completely is not there. Then it becomes very subjective to people's practices and all that. I think it's something that for us to work on. That's why I always believe in contract legislation, rules, regulations. I think in this society, that is one of a very major, that is one of the better way of having an orderly society, put it this way. If we are going to behave like what we behaved 30 years ago, 50 years ago, then we haven't moved forward at all. See, I think, in order to move forward, I think it's always good to set up regulations, set up procedures, set up rules. And of course, with that, I think it's important to set up the punishment and also the rewards that comes with it as well. I think that one is all part and parcel, and I think that is something that we should be working on in that way. So whenever we ask to collect data from you all, don't say no to us, huh? I think that is the role that we want to take it very seriously, to collect data from the industry, especially from the perspective of engineering management and all that. Because what we're doing is to take data from the practices. Some, like for example, concrete material and all these are very experimental ones. They take things from, they can take data from experiment. But for management, for project management, for contract management, quality management, procurement, and all these things, we have to go directly to the industry and find ways of collecting those data so that we can compile those data, make it presentable, make it to be like voice, like at least we give it a shout, a shout out for the problems that we have in the industry. So hopefully the paper that we have done is submitted to Planning Malaysia. If it's published, I will quickly let everybody know. Then we can share it, and then you can take that also to the different agency to talk about improvement and all that kind of things as well. So yeah, and we want to do more research on that as well. I think for the consultant ones, I think we definitely need to do more research. I would want to spend more time on it as well, because that particular paper is more on a general survey about the payment and conditions and all that. But the dialogue ones we had a few last year actually list down and explain on some of the major problems. That one, I want to see if there's any way of converting it into a proper academic papers, and that I think would be very helpful as well. Then we also want to see certain agreements, certain terms and agreements in certain contract, and see where the problems are and all that. So I think we need to work on several aspects from the research point of view, so that the data is getting more and more complete in that sense. Okay, it's 11:30 now. Let's do. Are you guys okay? You want to take a 10 minutes break for a while?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, yes. Go and get yourself a drink and okay. All right. We give it 10 minutes, then we will try to finish it in another hour or so, lah, huh? Okay, let's come back. Can you all see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. The others are very quiet. So please, I think it's very interesting because knowledge-wise, I can always pass to you through pre-recorded lecture. But then I think all this discussion can really help to understand the execution and administration of contract better, especially we've got, I believe you all are very experienced people like Hee Huang, like Clarence, like Hafifi, and many of you are QSs, and I'm sure some of you are very junior engineers, and I think it's interesting to listen to the more senior people talking as well. So I think we are trying to.
Doctor,
Yeah. Angelina, yes.
I cannot scan the attendance.
Have you done it for this morning?
Not yet.
Okay. You cannot, huh? And then who else cannot? There's 8. I think let me try to move to another room as well. The weekend, my daughter has her friends over, and it's getting a bit noisy. Okay. For the morning class, there are these people who hasn't checked in yet. Do you need me to do any attendance for you manually? Lo, are you here, Lo? Lo Chenjun. Zulkifli, I saw you here just now. Zulkifli, are you here? Zulkifli, are you here? Oh, see his name. Zahra, are you here? Russell, are you here? Okay, no sound means no. Okay, never mind. Let's move on. And who else needs to do QR for this session 11 to 2? Alexander, just now he took a leave. Angelina done. Jillian, are you here, Jillian? These are the absent lists,
Doctor, I'm here, Natalina.
Natalina, how come you didn't check
Yes.
in just now?
I'm not sure because I already scanned just now. Maybe something with the system got. Thank you, doctor.
Hafifi, you're here, Hafifi.
Doctor, thank you. Doctor,
Yeah.
I can hear.
Okay, so I checked in for you already. Jillian, Zulkifli, Zara, Russell, Shanina, are you here?
No.
Law, I checked in for you for this morning, okay? All right, let me try to see if this is open. This one, I think I will do it tomorrow lah. Since this is the one for 29, I will base it on your list that you've given me in the group later. The one that we mentioned that you've already listened to the recording, and then we will check in. I will check in for you based on that list lah, So that one you don't worry. This is for last week, so I don't have any more QR code for this one. I think they don't allow. Let me see if they're allowed. No, it's closed already. Yeah, so I have to go by the attendance sheet. Okay. All right, so I'll do that when the time is better in the morning. So this is all done. No more QR. Okay. What? I mean, it is very interesting to have a chit chat about this in this class, and I believe usually because if you are practicing on my classes, on these classes, it's a little bit more conversation going on. I'll put it this way lah. So I am not going to be so strict about the actual content itself. But I must finish this content by when like that, because I think it's easier to learn through understand through cases, through your situation in your workplace and all that. I think that one is a better way of understanding and discussing and trying to bring across what we are learning here lah. Yeah. So never mind. We are a bit slow. But I will try to finish before 1 later so that we all can go off for your lunch. Okay, then we'll stop for today by 12:30 or 1. Then the rest that is unfinished, I will try to prepare some pre-recorded lecture. My plan is actually to finish up all the time bit and then the payment bit. Since we have any questions and all that, we try to get it sorted out by today. And as I'm sorted out by today, I was actually thinking of starting you on some of the quality related aspects such as supervision, instructions, machinery, materials. These are the things that is also in the contract that is dealing with inspection dealing with quality, dealing with keeping the quality aspects of things on site. That is also covered by contract, but not a lot. Yeah, but that one I think we will leave it for. I will prepare a pre-recorded for you, and then when we come back the following week, we will do more discussion on that bit as well, and then follow up by the rest of the other things such as termination, insurances, suspension of works. These are all part and parcel of any contract. It should be in all the contract. Yeah. And many of these things, what we're saying to you is in the earlier on, the contract is a framework, it's a guideline for you to understand what your right is, what your responsibility is for us to execute and administer it as an engineer professionally, ethically, to make sure that the project, that we safeguard the interests of our client and also bring benefit to the contractor. We are all together in completing a project, and engineering projects are products that will actually be beneficial to people, to the society, to the nation, to the world even, and I think it's not just about me and myself and I, and it's not about just I must win this thing, I must be on top of everything, It's a matter of delivering, it's a matter of arriving at that final product that is good for everybody. Okay, so I think that is something that we must keep in mind when we administer the contract. Be reasonable, always be very reasonable about things, always be open to communicate and all that. Because when you go up to later on, the next thing about contract is dispute, and then if you dispute it, and then you have to go for dispute resolution, that is, project will suffer. You as the engineer, you will also be in trouble, and then the project definitely will suffer. There will, you either be put on hold, suspended, and things doesn't move, delay, more costs. These are all the issues that will create from the project itself. And then of course, professionally, you will also be questioned, and then some agency, like government agency, they now activate their Jabatan audit. Because they have a Jabatan audit, people like all the engine, I'm from government agency, so I know about auditing, okay? So it's like I don't know how many audits I have in a year, okay? I mean, like we have got audit on syllabus, we've got audit on examination, we've got audit on I've got knows what, And then after you think you finish all the audit, MQA says they want to audit you also, and then the KNM said they want to audit you also. So it's like everybody is out for audit, but what's the purpose of all this audit? The purpose of audit is actually to improve the efficiency of the system or on the procedures that's being set up, so that people are following the procedures, people are using it, and if any bad things causing issue in efficiency or low productivity, we need to improve that. But unfortunately, a lot of people take audit as number one, troublemakers. They're here to look for fault, so therefore we must actually clean up our things properly to show the auditor, perfect things that we have done. But actually, in fact, it's wrong. In fact, not good to show not good. Then the auditor can put in the report and say that this is a problem and let's improve on it. Okay. But of course, we obviously don't think like that. We always think that auditor is here to check on us as the police, and therefore we will show police our very, very good behavior, our very, very good way of working, our very good work ethic, and therefore no problem. Then what's the purpose of auditor? Becomes like a problem maker. They're only here to make us spend more time. They're only here to make us waste time for them to check our document. in the end, they don't do anything. In the end, they don't find out about anything. Because we already check the things we will sweep all the rubbish under the carpet, and then after that, we keep it and say that everything is fine. So that becomes a very vicious cycle of keep on going on and on and on. And then the auditor try to find more problems. They try to have more ways of finding it, digging out the issues and all that. That is the problem with it, And then, but I also heard from one of my colleagues, he used to work for KNM, because they have for them, what they take audit is very open-minded. They take audit. When auditor comes, it's good. They come and then if make complaint to the Jabatan audit. Like whatever law was saying just now. They keep all the paperwork and all that. Write that everything. That is because nobody go and make complaint. If really I as a contractor or I as a consultant, like one like that, you take all your paperwork, you go and make a complaint to Jabatan audit. And this thing, if it's linked up with what you call SPRM, it can be problematic for everybody. Okay, so you have to be careful in all this, like try to backdate and try to forge documents and all that. It is illegal. Actually, we're not supposed to do that. So if somebody actually make a complaint, like my colleague used to be from PKM, he actually go and he is also one of the leader. They one of the Ketua unit and all that. Because when people make complaints to them in KKM, okay, the auditors took it very seriously and they will check every single thing. And the people even go all the way to SPRM to make complaints on KKM. And the audit department will be activated. And activated, they will check all the documents. And then check all the documents, they will interview people, they will talk to different people, there will be an internal checking going on. It's actually a very serious problem. Okay? So, and they KKM, on my colleague's side, he's the ex-KKM officer. They let it happen because they feel like it's a good thing, At least somebody say to them that, hey, this somebody, because if you go and say bad things, it becomes to say bad things about the colleague, it say bad things about your own organization. But this one the auditor within the internal audit dalaman, first it will be dalaman. So this dalaman, and people would not like them because they feel like they're creating trouble. But if we respect their work, if they do their work properly, they can really pinpoint out where are the loopholes, where are the problems within the system, and it actually can be very helpful. So don't think about hiding things, and make this audit also one of the department that is useful like that sense, hopefully. Then if they do their job properly, if they dig enough, they find out enough, it can actually be a good indicator about what is the system. Bound to be some holes, and there's bound to be some people who are low productivity, there bound to be some people that are inefficient. Then either we improve these people, we improve the system, we improve the way of doing things. It's for the good. Okay? So don't wait until external party like contractor, consultant, they over and complain to civil water board or internal auditor, or and bring all the evidences, raise it up to dispute level and all that, and that will bring it to adjudication because the payment is late and all that. That one, when you dig out, it's going to be a lot of things to dig out on. Then that one is all the rubbish will be burning in front of your face. Okay, so that is my take on it. I think it is a good tool, but just make sure that we are open to that tool. Yeah. And I think it's very difficult. It's very difficult. I myself hate audits so much, so much work, so much time spending on audits, and you feel like you've got nothing better to do, man. Every day I want to entertain all these people who come into the audit. You need to keep the paperwork, keep the documents. But like I say, if anything, especially in engineering, if anything is raised to dispute level, all your documents will be coming in play. Okay, we'll talk about that in dispute resolution later on. Okay, and then so just now we mentioned about EOT. EOT contractual procedures assessment. There is no specific assessment procedure. Most contracts will leave it up to the organization or the people signing the contract to actually work out on their own procedures for assessments. But in terms of proper assessments, there are rules that you have to follow. Like I say, excusable, non-excusable, there is a reason whether you can claim or not claim. And then there will be concurrent, non-concurrent, critical, non-critical, and then there will be compensable, non-compensable, and compensable in terms of time, or compensable in terms of cost, or compensable in terms of time and cost. So usually, if you want to set up any assessment procedures, you will need to revolve around these principles of finding out whether this delay belongs to which category, and then whether it's allowed, contractually, reasonableness, and also these four categories. And then after that, we will check up on the evidence to produce on the timing. The calculation bit is another thing that is not clear. So how many days to give, how many days to grant, how many days to approve is pretty much based on evidences. And then normally we will have to go back to the working program and to see how much delay that is caused by that activity. And then if there's anything that is subsequently delayed by it, then we will work based on the days itself. It has to go back to your tracking gun, your original gun chart to actually look into the delay event, chronological event. I think creating a chronological event for every EOT plan that we apply, I mean, creating a chronological event for all the EOT that we are applying is actually a good tools to actually assess the delay. Then we can really see if there is anything that we are missing out, because delay don't happen like, oh, I happen this delay and then this is the amount of time that is delayed. So it's usually created by something, affect something, you know, and then subsequent is what, preceding it is what, you know, and then what it affects can be much later, it can be right away. So it's usually a link of event. So it's not so simple as to assess the event based on that one stuff. Okay? And better if we have that, and then from there do like a flow chart or a chronological chart, and from there assess the dates. I mean, these are some of my suggestions now of assessment of delay. So assessment is in terms of reason and assessment. So assessment is usually in terms of time and whether it's valid or not valid. That one will be the assessment method. That's it for extension. And then if let's say the extension is given, that means your project date at the end will be extended. And then the project date will be extended, and then DLP will be extended as well. So meaning that if this is 31st of March 2026, we cannot finish a project, EOT is given 30 days. That means it will finish on the 30th of April. 5th of April or 1st of May, okay, 30th of April, and then from 30th of April, your EOT now will start, your DLP now will start on the 1st of May for the next 12 months or 6 months, whichever DLP date is being set. So everything will be pushed backward, and that will be impacted EOT. And then from there, if let's say we're not granted any EOT, you will be charged what we call OAD, which is a liquidated assistance damage. And there is no formulas or rules that is obviously on plate, on a calculator of some sort that is published at different departments, government department website, or any rules that says that how you calculate that LAD punya amount per day or per week. That one also has to be very careful. If you write too much, that is unreasonable, even though you did claim, and then if the contractor do dispute it, we go to court, then the judge may raise the issue of how did you calculate that number, then it is found unreasonable, that could actually change how it is penalized as well. Okay, so be very clear about how you come up with that number. Usually it's based on expenses, overheads, and also on things like loss in sales, and then penalties, higher, It also means that loss in revenues, loss in in income, rental and all that kind of things. So you work out based on that. So maybe sometimes like this pipeline is supposed to be supplying some liter of water to this kind of places, and then if this amount is supposed to be the water works supposed to be collecting like 20 cents per liter, and then you're losing how many liters per day, and therefore you're not collecting the kind of amount of money. So per month is how much. So you roughly work out a figure. Usually LAD is worked out based on that kind of losses in you not receiving the client's losses in not receiving the project. It's one of the remedy to the contract. Remedy means that it's a way that we recover some compensation from the wrongdoing of the party. And that one issue, one way of calculating LAD. So LAD normally is written there in the contract already. So once the extension of time is given and the time for delay started already, like for example, 31st of March, your plan next payment is on the 15th of April. So when you claim that payment, the 15 days you already delayed, so they will, it will be charged automatically first. It will be taken out from the contract sum first, and then pay you according. They'll pick up that LAD amount instead of closing account and calculate the LAD. So it will be like based on the subsequent payment when the delay has already, when the contract time has already passed up. That is how we calculate LAD. So we deduct it out from the payment number until the days that once the EOT is being given, then they will actually reimburse you back. But then we need to take it out first, definitely. Once delay happens, once the contract delay happens, LAD will be right away. Okay, based on the numbers of weeks or days or whatever rate that is being put in contract level of LAD for time. Okay. For loss and compensation, the other way is money, financial compensation. That one, again, there is no specific rules or regulations or SOP in the contract stated what can claim, what cannot claim. So again, it's up to the discretion, it's up to the freedom of the client, the engineers themselves to or in the client to work out on that financial space of things. If it's allowed, some things are allowed, some things are not allowed. Some contracts allowed, some contracts don't allow. So you need to read that clause very carefully and execute accordingly. So that one is all about time. Payment-wise, I think the other thing that you guys were talking about to me just now was on the payment procedures. Okay, and for payment for contractor, they have a route of SIPA now, which is an adjudication process if the payment is late. And I've already shown you that, in the papers that is done recently, published in the American Society of Civil Engineers, that this is a real issue. This is a plight that all contractor being not paid, even some up to 6 months, 1 year also possible. And what are the reasons? What are the things that we can do and all that? I think that people are not executing the contract accordingly. These are in the contract. All the recent contracts that's been out in the market at the moment tend to be a lot more client friendly. Government contract definitely is client friendly. But being client friendly does not mean that it is not without any hope. By being client friendly means that it's already started off as an unfair contract, and based on the principles of natural justice, things have to be reasonable. So even if you do go to court, it will, in the end, you see that most client agency may not be until on the winning side of the way the contract is. It's actually not fair in the first place. And then even the competitor did sign it, but then did agree to it and sign it, but it does not mean that the case is definitely for the client. Even if you go to court, a lot of cases that go to court or dispute or arbitration, you will see that a lot of government agencies end up on the losing side. You'll be surprised, but many cases are like that. Because first and foremost, like what law, they all say that sometimes some people are being try to be too smart, go and change the back date, try to change the manual documents, and all that, and end up even worse, even worse situation. Jangan, they said, well, you want to buat pandai, but try to be pandai, but terlalu pandai until over pandai, and that does not bring any benefit. So I think we have to be very careful with all these changing documents and all this, bad dating and all that. Right. That is on payment, and else on payment that you all are concerned about that I can speak to you on. Like you all are clear about provisional sum, prime cost sum, retention sum, contingency sum, a lot of this funny something, all day. But I think the main concern with payment is don't get the money or late getting the money. I think is one of the major concerns for everybody, for contractor, for consultant, for everybody, for client also. Some of you are working for client agency. You also, the money comes from the account. You receive phone call from the contractor. My payment is not out here. How come my payment is not out here? Also, I think you all are having a lot of project also. I can see that. I've got many students working for government agency. They also feel very frustrated in the sense that they do their job, they make they already assessed the claim, everything is there already, but the account side comes up with a lot of these funny things, and funny procedures stuff, and all the rubbish about birth is not around. And for some, it's only happening in government agency. A lot of private agency are like that. Oh, my boss traveling to Australia, and then my boss traveling to China, no line, apa. I mean, sometimes you think about it, you use all these stupid excuses, in today's world, it's really dumb. It's like wherever you are, now everything is digitalized. Okay, you've got like bank transfer, you've got so many gadgets to help you. So don't give all this rubbish about not signing documents that people are traveling and all these things. There should be, if that is an issue, then there should be a second in command. There should be a command who. There is a lot of way out of these things. It's a matter of whether you want to do it. And all this, as we go more and more digitalized, it will, for the mode of tracing the money, the payment, everything, it will be clearer and clearer in the future. Okay. I mean, if you have a boss that is traveling all the time and no time to pay people, then you shouldn't be there. You should be out. You're not suitable to do the job, even in the first place. All right. So anything else on payment? If not, I want to go to the assignment and show you on the assignment. Okay. I set up this assignment based on 3 case studies. Okay. I want you to analyze some of the contractual issues that you have in your own organization or in your own project. And of course, understanding that some people are not working and are full-time students and they have no working experience at all, you can approach this from a very, very theoretical point of view. So let's say now talk about people who are working and they have issues here that they can talk about. The first case will be time management case. So based on your contract document, like what Huang just now says that he's got like this PWD 203, that particular clause, and then you have that contract document related to your project. You discuss your clauses regarding time management. So meaning that which are the clauses that requires you to submit your working program, and what is the clauses on extension of time, what is the clauses on site possession. Okay, so what you can do is these bits are the theory bit. Okay, so you can relate some of the issues that you've spoken about. For example, Tihuan, just now you saying that your case is like, this project, and then you have got this site possession issue. What possession? How serious is the possession issue? I mean, I know some documents may be very confidential, but you try to make it like, if it's really confidential, then you put don't put a name in it, or you just put just put some form of cover up, like blind your project name if that is an issue. Yeah, so talk about the issues first, talk about the delay, talk about the or the site possession issue, any time management issues that you have, and then what are the procedures within the contract that you have, and how do you think using these particular procedures you can resolve the issue. So it won't take you many pages. So I would say that if you want to put in the contract clauses, put it in the appendix, but the explanation of it can put it in the main report. Okay, so I think every one of these issues that we have, every one of these case study that we have, we are looking at about 6 to 8 pages of an essay. So you just list down the problems, what is the time, what is the problems, what is the project, what is the problem, what is this problem causing, and then what are the clauses that is related, which clause is this, and explanation on the clauses, and then you finish up with how to resolve the issues with these clauses. Or if there is no resolution of this issue with these clauses, you can suggest what is your role as a contract administrator, how to resolve this issue. Okay. Second one is about payment. Okay. So payment, so these two you can start already. So what is the contract? So what does your contract says about interim, penultimate, final claim, and payment schedule and time frame? Okay. So this is about the contract. It's very theoretical. It's about what your contract says. You interpret that contract, you read through that contract document, and you interpret it with respect to the practice, with respect to how you execute it. And then after that, talk about any issue on payment or non-payment or lack challenges of payment and all that. And then how can this issue be resolved using these contract terms? Or if it goes up to SIPA, what are the things? This one here just requires you to read up on SIPA. What are the procedures on SIPA? So I'm adding in additional marks here for you to read about SIPA. So this one is 10 marks, 20 marks, and this is 10 marks. Okay, so read up on SIPA. We will also explain on SIPA very soon. Okay, maybe in the next class or so, we talk about SIPA already. Then you'll have some documents on SIPA. So read up on SIPA and see how this issue can be resolved using SIPA, using the procedures in SIPA. So let's say if contractually you cannot resolve it within the contract, you go to SIPA. So what can SIPA do for you? Okay, in terms of late payment, non-payment, and all that. And this one here is ask you to look into your ground for termination, procedures to follow, and the remedial action. Okay. This one is a very theoretical one that, I mean, I'm not asking for a very practical one because I know not all your project goes up to termination. I mean, termination probably never happens for any of your projects, then there's no real case on your projects. But if you have, you can put. If you don't have, just write for you to say that for your project in a contract, look through all the reason that is available for termination. What is the termination clauses? Okay. Termination are usually put together with suspension. And then what are the procedures to follow if one party wants to terminate the contract? And what are the remedial actions to follow? Okay. So again, every one of this one will probably be a bit longer, maybe about 6 to 10 pages or so. This one will probably be just 6 to 8 pages. So altogether, every case you should spend about less than 10 pages on writing. Okay, so yeah. I will put this out for 4th of May, huh? But here I put 2nd of May, but we'll do it for until 4th of May. Questions on the assignment?
The case study can use different different project
Can,
for each case study.
can.
Okay.
No problem. By the way, this one is individual, So meaning that everyone is actually doing your own work, There's no pairing here. Or do you want to do pairing work? What am I asking? Pairing work, okay? You want to do pairing work?
False.
Yeah. Okay. If some of you want to be a lone ranger, you can do individual work. Go and do a pairing work if you want to, okay?
If it is pairing work, do we need to like one person to submit it or two?
No, one person. Just one person submit only.
Dr.
there's
Ting,
time.
I prefer to do it individual because I'm quoting actual case. So
Can.
try to keep it as confidential as possible.
Can. No problem.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ting.
Optional. If you want to do individual work, go ahead and do individual work. You don't have to find a partner. But if you want to find a partner, like let's say, especially some people who are not working or you really don't have any cases, we have students like that, then you can find a partner to work with. So meaning that 1 to 2 person, okay? Okay, Juan also prefer Juan prefer individual. Juan also Chai Ching also prefer individual. I think some people will prefer pairing, so it's okay. Maximum 2 person, we keep it as that.
If pairing will have to let you know who are pairing, right? Give you the name, right?
No need.
No need, okay.
No need. Just when you submit, just make sure that whoever is supposed to submit, let me know, okay? Because sometimes, like pairing work, you expect me submit, I expect you submit, and then both of you don't submit.
Doctor,
Yes? Okay,
can we give the draft before final submission of the assignment?
and I always give opportunity for you all to email me, for me to read your assignment and all that.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
No problem. Even if you don't find it very uncomfortable, I know some students are very uncomfortable. I always open the end of the half an hour or so. I always say, anyone wants to show me the assignment, but some people are a bit shy. Some people, they don't want people to see the assignment because some of the assignments are confidential, so they don't want to show it. So then if that one is the case, you can always email me as well. This one I'll be marking you so you can show it to me. The other one is Dr. Ambrose will be marking you, but so I let him take a look at your assignment. I don't want to campur tangan too much. But even whatever marks that Dr. Ambrose gives you, for us is as the main person from the university, I always also check on his marks as well. So not that I don't have any say in the marks that is given by him. So if he gives everybody like 19 out of 20, 18 out of 20, definitely I have to check through the assignment again. So we will see the reasonableness of the marks that he has given. but main person is project, he will mark you, so I let you guys talk to him. The other day you guys are asking me whether can I have a read at the project. I said I don't want to catch out first. Let him read it. If he's okay with it, then he will mark you. Unless the mark is so terribly off the wire, like for example, so many people fail or so many people get like 99, that kind of thing, then I will take a look. If not, then we will usually just respect whatever he has given. Because not to say that we don't trust Dr. Ambrose, because it is the responsibility of the university, because he is just the invited lecturer here. Your degree is going to be by us, your Univas, so it's MQA requirement that, we are the person who are totally in charge of your grading, and all that. So that's why we have to be more careful in that sense. So with everything it's the same, like I know some of you are thinking about RP and all that under Dr. Ambrose. I mean, it's not that we cannot say no, it's your freedom. But the thing is, you have to understand that it is MQA requirement that no invited speakers are supposed to be the supervisor. So, we have to find it's just like, let's say if you have an invited speaker, external lecturer as the person who is doing your RP, okay? If you fail and then you want to make a complaint, you cannot be, it's difficult for us to take any action because he is not our permanent staff, you see? And MQA is very strict about whether the roles of invited lecturers, they are just invited to give lecture only. Okay? It's not sometimes you may wonder why we are so against, I mean, why we are not against him or what. I think he's a very nice fellow, he's very knowledgeable and all that. But you need to understand that an external invited lecturers usually is because they have working experience, they've got like good knowledge on certain areas, but they are not academics. You see, they're generally not academics unless they are also academics attached to another public or private universities. If not, they are very single practitioner. So if we invite them to come for a lecture, it's just to pass the knowledge of practice of like what the industry is doing. Rather, academically, normally these people are a bit on the weaker side because just to share a bit of knowledge, share a bit of this thing now. Like for example, when we set exam questions, there are words that we have to use specifically. There are things that we have to word specifically. There are things that we can do, we cannot do. Even the assignment that he gave you and the assignment that I actually have to rewrite for him is actually very different. So we have to base it on academic way of doing things. And that is because we also have to audit auditor as well. So we have to make sure that we follow the regulations of MQA standard, Malaysian Quality Assurance for Education. This one we have to follow. And if the degree is not accredited by them, your masters will not be recognized by MQA, and that is a big problem, So it is our commitment and our responsibilities to all the students who come here and do the degree that your degree is accredited by MQA. Our Bachelor of Engineering degree is accredited by Engineering Accreditation Council. Masters is no need to be accredited by Engineering Accreditation Council, the Board of Engineers, but masters needs to be accredited. All masters in Malaysia needs to be accredited by the MQA. Okay? So this is share some of the thing, not to say that we are against you, or you want to pick certain lecturer as your supervisor, or whoever said whatever he or she says, then cannot follow completely because they are not just take their knowledge, put it this way. I don't know how to word this, their knowledge, but instructions wise and following things, following the rules and regulations, please follow the course coordinator, the university's rule. I think that's it for assignment. So give it a try first and see how you go. I've already posted up the assignment last time in the group as well, so you can open that up and take a look and message me if you have any issue. Okay, so we set up project already. Later on in the last class on the 27th, I will also brief you on all the exams. That one is very important. It's going to be exam briefing because this subject is dealing with a lot of information, a lot of things to read and all that. I'm a bit worried that you don't concentrate on the right thing. So I will be more focused in giving you the direction of the exam in the last class. Okay. But let's settle one thing at a time. We settle the project. Now we're doing the assignment. Then after that, we move on to the exam bit of things. All right. If there's no more question, we will call it a day.
Okay, thank
Dr.
you.
Ting, I missed the last part. What did you say we're going to discuss about the exam?
Exam is there's going to be a last class on the 27th because we missed the class last week. So we shift the class up to 27 morning, I think.
27, there is a class, yes, morning.
27, is it morning or morning? I think it's morning, right? 27 or 29? Let me have a look.
27 morning, 8 to 11.
10 to 11, huh?
8 to 11, yeah.
10 to 11, yeah. That class is the one that I will give you the direction of the exam.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Right. Have a good weekend, guys. You still have classes later on?
No.
That's it for the day, yeah? By next week, I'll post up all the notes from Ting, and then I will move on to post some recording for course for the quality management. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Doctor.
Bye bye.
Thank you, Dr. Selamat Hari Raya.